Deontay Wright, Your Honor. Substitution of counsel coming on that one. I don't think it's been filed yet.
On the record in the matter, the people of the state of Michigan versus Joseph Gordon, 24-02115. Counsel.
Good morning, Your Honor. Case Markarian appearing on behalf of the people. First, making a motion to practice under Michigan Court Rule number 8.120.
Motion granted.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Andres, appearing on behalf of Joseph Gordon.
Okay, Mr. Gordon, today's the date set for sentencing, and the court does have a pre-sentence report, as well as a memorandum. Let's see. And the report was prepared on September 12, 2024. Counsel, did you get a copy of that?
Yes, we did, Your Honor. I provided to my colleague and my clients.
Okay. Any reason to make corrections, updates, or deletions?
With his job, he now has an additional job at Magna Delta Exterior Systems, in addition to the Burger King jobs as well.
You said Magna Delta.
Exterior Systems.
Okay. Okay, I'll note that on the record. Any additional updates? You can make allocution.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Gordon is a very industrious person. As you can see, he's already been working multiple jobs, and then he had another one for the next. As you saw in the character letter from Mr. Kellogg, who's actually here in the courtroom as well today, he's been a hard worker for many years. He takes supporting his family seriously. He's the sole custody, both legal and physical custody of his oldest son, and he has 2 children at this point in time, along the way, and he takes supporting them seriously. He's been involved in programming at Crystal Ray and is now continuing that type of programming at PATS, which is a place where he veteran intervention program, which is contemplated in our Killebrew agreement with prosecution. And I believe that if he were given an opportunity through probation to complete that program, the person on the other side of that may have a lot of skills that he doesn't currently have. But he has been, as you saw from Ms. Brown's letter, and she's done that as well. I would like to speak. So in her letter, when they have had issues, he's separating himself from those issues. He's not acting the same way as before. And that's important to see growth in somebody. The probation officer's understanding of their relationship and things was made through a Zoom communication. So I think sometimes when people have inside jokes and things like Ms. Brown and Mr. Gordon have and things, some of that gets lost in translation through a screen. And I think that wasn't understood. And I think that's why there's some of those comments in there the way they are. His past behavior, both on parole way in the past, as well as probation 5 years ago, and then as well as behavior on bond, where his bond conditions show that he would be able to obey the court's orders on probation. He had no issues with tether when it was on, and never violated. So he also paid the tickets. I think at the very beginning of the case, the magistrate had asked him to pay some tickets. We do have a receipt from that we paid yesterday. Just some parking tickets, and they were paid. Your Honor, would like to see that, I can provide that to the court.
I don't need to see it.
Okay. So he just, everything that the court has asked him to do, he has done. He intends to continue doing that. So just respectfully request that you follow the Killebrew agreement and give an opportunity to the intervention program that we've got with the prosecution. And I know Mr. Gordon has some things to share as well.
You can just watch this time.
I think that I just want to be there for my kids. I'm not gonna say. I mean, I know I pleaded no contest, but like some of that stuff was relevant. You know what I'm saying? We were arguing, we were going back and forth, but really it's because I was always gone. I was sleeping 4 hours a night. I come back, house is not clean, I'm running my mouth. You know what I'm saying? since then, I just been leaving lately, and she know I'm not like going nowhere. I go to the car wash up the street from my house and just sit there with the car on. There's two things that the probation guy said that I didn't agree with. I said that I don't beat my kids, and I said that if I did, they would probably, not act up. But I said it like as a joke. He put it in there like I just put him in the corner. I don't never do nothing to him. You know what I'm saying? It didn't work for me. I got, the general extension cords, all that stuff when I was growing up. It didn't work. I still went and did what I did. So, and the second thing was he said something else. I can't remember, but really just the part about the kids. It was just like a joke because when I first talked to him, he said he remembered me when I worked at Penn Station. So we started laughing and joking, and then my girlfriend was on camera as well. And I was like, why? Just the part about the child specifically. I just don't. And I made a joke, like if I did, maybe it wouldn't, but.
What portion of the pre-sentence interview did you think was in jest, or an environment that you should make jokes? Why would you not take this seriously?
Well, we were on a Zoom. I had it in the kitchen, like on my thing, and he asked me about my children, and I always, because at the beginning of this, there was some CPS involved, because of the argument in front of the kids, and I was just letting him know. I said, man, I don't beat my kids. They're well taken care of, and then I just said that latter part, and then he started laughing as well. And then when he wrote that in the report, I just, I'm not that guy at all.
You also indicated you made some inappropriate comments regarding women in general.
About the working thing?
You tell me.
Okay, so when I made the statement, I pulled her on camera.
What statement?
I made a statement of I'm the only one who works in the house. And when we had a no contact order, I was doing everything.
But what did you say about women in general?
I don't think I said anything. I don't think he said what I said.
This is what he says. He says that made inappropriate comments regarding women in general that make this officer believe that he's not willing to change. So what this reads to me is that he believes you have a mindset, which he talks about in the last paragraph. Typically, individuals who engage in domestic violence actions against women have a mindset issue about women. And so he's saying you made some inappropriate comments regarding women that make him believe that your mindset is that you're not willing to change. You perceive women maybe less than you, maybe that you should be in control over them, or something was said that made him feel like it was inappropriate and that you would not otherwise be a good candidate for probation because you don't have a mindset to be properly placed on probation. I'm trying to figure out what the mindset is.
I said that she doesn't work. And then I pulled her over to me because she's been a stay-at-home mom for like 5 years, but I didn't know how rough it was until she was gone. And it was like a joke. And then she was like, I don't work. And then she came on camera. But like when she was gone, like I used to be gone at work all day and I would come home and be like, well, like you didn't get this done, like you didn't get this done. And now I see why you can't get through half a movie, you can't get through nothing. And that's what I was telling her through text messages and everything. Because when she was gone, it was just me. It wasn't easy, all the financial, I couldn't pay the board of water and light. She did all that stuff. She did all that. School, everything. She handled all the business.
Administrative stuff while you made the money.
Right, and I didn't.
So you discredited her role in the house.
Yeah,
I did. I didn't think in 16 hours you couldn't do some stuff that can't be done, but it can't be done. Can't be done. Right. I'm not laughing, and it's.
Well,
the food,
taking care of the children.
Yeah,
I don't know how many children you have.
I have 2.
You have 2 children?
Yes.
Okay.
And I had them both, and I was still like doing everything, and she's always had them both. As of 2022, when I had my second child, she had them both. And I used to be like, well, did you call this person? Did you call that person? Because when I'm at work, I can't get on my phones. I don't have service, all that. So I told her, even in text messages when we were gone, when she was gone, I was like, look, I was wrong about that, like specifically about it's just not easy. She knows.
Okay. I don't know, anything else that you wanted to add, sir?
Sir, no,
No, anything else you wanted to add?
no.
Okay, and did the alleged victim want to, or the victim at this point, want to make a statement? Mr. Mercury?
So, Your Honor, yeah.
She's gonna come up. This way. Come up this way. Okay, your name, ma'am? Caitlin Brown, okay, and what did you want to share?
I mean, he pretty much said it all. He's covered everything. Taking care of the kids was hard. He did see that. He's admitted that multiple times over the course of me being back at the house. I see the way he interacts with the boys. My 2-year-old is obsessed with him. So, and then like the lawyer said, I do have another one on the way, so that would be the third one. I have noticed throughout the classes and going through all this court stuff, his attitude and his demeanor have changed a lot. So he is really trying to change.
Okay, I've read your statement that you provided to the court, which is consistent with what you're stating here now. Anything else you wanted to add, ma'am?
Other than the fact that our communication has gotten better. Not really.
Okay, I reviewed the pre-sentence report and the recommendation. I think I've indicated to you just by my questions what the concerns that I had were. Your criminal history, I mean, I've seen worse. I recognize that the probation officer indicated that you would not be a good candidate because you recently have done a term of probation. I see a 2019 case similar to this.
That's the one he's referring to there.
That's what I would assume. Did you get probation for that?
Yes.
Okay, it's
I
not
had-
noted here. It
I
just
had
says fines and
past
costs.
classes, I had to do a sort of offender on Mondays, and I had to do quite a bit of drops. I had to do like a lot.
And were you successfully discharged?
Yeah, they let me off early. I did the classes. Sound kind of messed up, but if you look at my criminal history, like my criminal history was always with like money and stuff like that. You know, I got out the joint like 2016 August, and I went to work for Mr. Kellogg and his wife, and then I started at 890. I became the general manager. It just took me out of all the. I had never really worked. I'd always done like street stuff. So now I've got taxes and everything, and I've been on that path ever since. But I think like all those jobs, all the stress, like it was a lot. But the bills are the bills.
Mr. Kellogg is here in support of you. Counsel, I see your name was mentioned. It was nice of you to come and support him. I'm telling you, I'm gonna be quite frank, even with the concerns that the probation officer has stated, you're someone who has about 3 jobs right now. You're staying busy. It's never in the court's interest to try to remove you from that and cause you to lose your job. It would always be my inclination to first give you an opportunity to show me that this is the time that you have decided to make a change. I don't know what the comment was. It wasn't stated specifically in the pre-sentence report that made the officer feel like your comments about women was inappropriate. I don't know what it was. You examine what you said and you examine your mindset and you make a change, because whether I put you in jail or whether I put you on probation, until you make that change about how you perceive women in their roles, you may continue to find yourself back here unless you make a change there. I don't know what it was. And then also understanding that when you're in the middle of a pre-sentence interview, I don't know if you're nervous, I don't know what's going on, that's not a time to make jokes. Because the officer is trying to glean information about your mindset, where you are, what you've been through. How did you get here? Do you take responsibility for your actions? Do I think you need help, any help or services that we can provide? That was the purpose of that. And so you're saying something, this officer otherwise does not know you from a hole in the wall. He doesn't know if you're just joking. And even if you're saying it laughingly, he still has to use the fact that you would say it to a probation officer who you don't even know, what means that this is something that we need to take a closer look at. So you be careful about the comments that you're making to others, even when you believe that it's in jest, because it could put you in a bad situation. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
And I do know, that's what he said at the beginning of the thing, we knew each other from the customer, he's a regular. I just didn't recognize
You're
him.
familiar with him.
Yeah, I was familiar with him, so.
That's not knowing.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, you're right.
I'm familiar with you too. I don't know you. You get that?
Yes.
Okay. And so don't be over familiar with people. It could get you in trouble. Nonetheless, I'm gonna give you an opportunity to do a term of probation, because I think contrary to these statements that it would be in your best interest as a person who is showing, and I agree, your history was one that was crimes that seem to relate to financial issues. And those crimes haven't taken place well over decades ago. And it looks like you turned your life around, and maybe you're just struggling with some frustration as to how you deal with your relationships or interact in your relationships. At least the last two convictions would suggest that. And so maybe you could benefit from some additional oversight in classes and things that will help you do better with parenting and co-parenting, and being a father and a husband, spouse, boyfriend. I'm not sure what role you're playing in that house, but whatever it is, understanding that you work a lot, you're gonna be probably depleted. You're gonna be probably frustrated sometimes when you come home and the dishes aren't done. There's a way that you can communicate that effectively, because those feelings do matter, but it's the way you communicate it, and you don't get to lash out. You don't get to become abusive or aggressive because some of your needs aren't being met. Understanding now that you see the demand that's on her when she has those children. Some of her needs are probably not being met either. And she doesn't get to lash out on you when you come home from work about the needs that she has. There's a way for you all to communicate and come together so that you can work through your differences and provide for each other in a way that's peaceful, okay? The court's going to deviate from the recommendation. You're going to be sentenced to a term of 9 months probation. While on probation, you're not to engage in any assaultive or threatening behavior. You're not to use, purchase, or possess firearm, ammunition, or weapon of any kind. You're not to use, purchase, or possess alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance unless you have a valid prescription. You're required to submit to random preliminary breath testing. In your analysis testing, you need to pay the fee for that, okay? You understand?
Yes. I do.
Okay. I'm only gonna order that you do the testing for the 60 days, just so I can figure out if there's an issue that we need to address. If there's been no violations of the no alcohol or drugs, then I will not order you to continue to test. I recognize that you are working several jobs at this point. You're not to be at any bars or nightclubs while you're on probation. I'm going to order that you participate in domestic abuse programming as recommended by probation. And you'll participate in anger management. Okay?
Yes.
He'll continue to work and provide evidence of your employment to your probation officer. Do you have any questions about your probation conditions?
No, ma'am.
You are not eligible for special status, so I will not be able to grant that. Let's see. There's a $75 crime victim rights fee that must be assessed, plus a $50 state minimum cost that also must be assessed. Probation has a $30 per month oversight fee. And you're going to do 9 months, so that's $270 in probation oversight fees. I'm gonna waive any additional discretionary fines and costs. The total fines and costs $395. Which you'll make monthly payments on that, so about $44 a month, okay?
Yes.
You'll meet with probation that upcoming week or so, so that they can go over this judgment of sentence. You'll review and sign it. You'll report to probation virtually, meaning via Zoom, okay?
I have a question. Do I start calling that number I was calling like 5 years ago, the color thing now, or do I go down there and just go down there to them to drop?
You'll wait until you're ordered to do so, and then you'll call the information, because they'll have you register with who you're going to do your drops with, okay? But they'll first get this order. You're gonna check in with them as soon as I finish this paperwork,
Yeah, thank you.
and you'll go down and check in with probation and make sure they have all accurate information. If your address or any contact information changes, it's your responsibility to update the court, okay? Lastly, there's an advice of rights as to probation. Typically, you would have the right to request early discharge from probation once you completed half the original term ordered by the judge, so long as you've not had any violations within the 3 months preceding that request. However, you are on probation for a domestic violence, you would not be eligible for early discharge, okay?
Yes.
Do you have any questions at this time, sir?
No.
Okay. Any additional matters for the record, counsel?
No, nothing from the people.
We'll get you downstairs in just a moment. Thank you. Record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Deontay Wright, 24-02791. Council appearance.
Morning, Your Honor. Case Mark Arian appearing on behalf of the people.
And thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Jared Austin. I was appointed to represent Mr. Wright. I'm still counsel of record. My understanding is he is appearing today with retained counsel who will still be filing a substitute for counsel in appearance.
Thank you, Ms. James.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Gidget James appearing on behalf of Deontay Wright. He is seated to my left and appearing by Zoom from our office. We were retained yesterday right at the 5 o'clock hour. At this time, we will be asking if we could reset the PCC and exam to allow us to receive this discovery before we proceed. Mr. Wright is prepared to waive 21 days if the court, wishes him to.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Mr. James, you have the right, I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, you have the right to have your preliminary examination within 21 days of the date that you're arraigned. You were arraigned back on September 18th. So your exam is currently scheduled for October 4th, but because you have recently retained private counsel and some paperwork needs to be filed, and then they need to get your discovery, did you want to waive the timeline so that I can reset this?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone threatening you to get you to waive the 21 days?
No, ma'am.
Get you a new probable cause conference and exam date.
October 11th. At
Probable-
8:30.
Probable cause conference, October 11th at 8:30 work for you, Ms. James?
That does, Your Honor.
And exam November 15th at 8:30.
Exam November 15th at 8:30 work for you?
That does, Your Honor.
Those will be the dates that we will proceed at this time. Any additional matters for the record?
None further, Your Honor. We will get our substitution and appearance to the court immediately.
You, bond set at 15,000, cash surety will continue.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may.
You may.
I would like to make a record. I was hoping that Ms. James would do it. So there is a potential issue that I believe they're going to consult with the state bar about regarding whether or not there is a conflict on this case. It's my understanding that the White law firm does not believe there is. My concern is Toby White was called by one of the victims on this case following the home invasion. It's my understanding he was more or less just told to cooperate with police and there wasn't really any conferring going on. But I just thought it would be best to make a record of that.
Sounds good.
Toby White, may I add to that record?
You may.
I don't believe there's a conflict, and we are not the White law firm. As you know, that's Jamie White. This is Toby White Law. Additionally, I would point out that I'm not aware until this morning that my name appears in the police report. I received a phone call with 3 people, perhaps, all talking into a speakerphone at the same time. I don't believe I created a conflict. And I will, of course, check with the bar, and that will be much easier when I see the police report and I can see what the police officer referenced my name in regards to. And and any comment I made would have been to tell, res gesti witnesses talk, people that are suspects should use an attorney, and that terminated the phone call.
Thank you for providing that information. I'll note that here on the record. If it does amount to what the state bar would call a conflict and we need to reset this or address the issue of counsel, we can get it scheduled probably sooner than November 15th, okay?
I will contact the bar as soon as I have a copy of the police report, or at least the statements attributed to me.
Okay. Any additional matters for today's record?
Nothing from the people.
Nothing from defense. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all set. Mr. Etheridge. Mr. Etheridge. Mr. Spickling's here with Howell.
Yes, he is. I think the victim just appeared, Your Honor. We haven't had a chance to speak yet.
No problem. Let's see. Mayberry's in custody. Simpson is in custody. Is that who you're speaking to now? Simpson?
Yes.
Yeah. If I leave it here with you guys, gonna get to the front desk and that way I'm just. Yeah. So if you put the front desk, let them know, well, you know, I'm there, you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah, but I mean, this year with you. Yeah. I'll mention him when it's done, we'll figure it out, and just that one desk, and then, you know, people. Okay, you will come back and get out, so yeah, go from there. Yep, that works, I just need to fill out all the level X's or nothing. So I can take that to the prosecutor and show them that you were injured. Okay, where, just sign those no access. Alright. So name, if you. Do you, oh, no. That's your name? Oh. Yep. Oh, shoot, sorry about that. Name, address, you cool? Cool if I leave you, yeah. You don't have problem, dog. Yeah, come, yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thing to do with sign. And then you just your name right there, how old and.
Mr. Etheridge had someone in custody.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Simpson.
I don't have a prosecutor. I don't have a prosecutor on here right now. Who's representing place? On the record in the matter, the people of the state of Michigan versus Catherine Place 24-02112, counsel's appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Robert Hayes, Assistant Attorney General, here for the people, P69006.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Ms. Place, who is appearing over Zoom today.
Okay, and Ms. Place, today was the date that was scheduled originally for a preliminary examination, but my understanding is that there has been a plea offer that's been accepted.
That's my understanding as well, Your Honor. People have offered Ms. Place to plead to one count of larceny, $200 to $1,000. This is a one-year misdemeanor. In exchange, the felony charge will be dismissed. Ms. Place has placed a bond already, which is an amount of $674.32, which will be considered restitution for the victim.
That is correct.
Your Honor, it's also my understanding that Ms. Place is no longer employed with the state of Michigan or has agreed to resign employment if she is.
That's correct.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, so Ms. Place, you want to waive your rights today to accept the offer to plead guilty to an amended charge of larceny, 200 but less than 1,000.
Correct.
You understand that's a misdemeanor with the maximum penalty of 1 year.
Yes, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Ms. Place, I would need to understand that you know your rights and that you are willing to give those rights up before I can accept any plea offer from you. First, I would need to understand that you know that you have the right to the presumption of innocence. So it means you're innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to require that the prosecution prove your guilt by proving each element of the charge being brought against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
You also have the right to proceed to jury trial. You have the right to remain silent at your trial and not have silence be used against you. You can waive your silence at your trial and testify for yourself if you'd like. You also have the right to subpoena witnesses to trial that will testify on your behalf. You have the right to present evidence at trial that you believe show a defense to the charge being brought against you. You understand each of those rights as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you willing to give those rights up in order to plead guilty to the amended charge?
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody threatening you to get you to waive those rights and enter a guilty plea?
No, ma'am.
Any promises being made to you in exchange for you entering a guilty plea?
No, ma'am.
Are you currently on probation or on parole?
No, ma'am.
And you understand that by entering a guilty plea, it could result in a conviction that you may need to report on a future job application.
Yes, ma'am.
It also could have impact on travel or immigration status. So you may not be able to vacation in certain countries with a conviction of this kind. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
As to the amended charge of larceny, 200 but less than 1,000, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Are you pleading guilty because you believe you're guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Actual basis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Place, on or about March 7th, 2024, were you an employee of the state of Michigan's Licensing and Regulatory Affairs Department?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And in that role, did you come into contact with a credit card number from an individual by the name of William Baker?
Yes, sir.
And did you write down Mr. Baker's credit card at your desk?
Yes, sir.
And on or about March 7th of 2024, did you order 4 airline tickets while you were at work?
Yes, sir.
And when you did that, did you use the credit card number that was actually Mr. Baker's credit card number?
Yes, sir.
And whether or not that was done intentionally or accidentally, there came a time you realized that you would use this gentleman's credit card, correct?
That's correct.
And you chose to stay silent about it and keep the money essentially to go toward your airline tickets.
Correct.
And the airline tickets were valued between $200 and $1,000, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I believe we have a factual basis for larceny, 200 to 1,000.
Any questions from the AG's office?
Ms. Place, you didn't have permission to use that credit card number, is that correct?
That's correct, but I didn't deliberately do it. It was an accidental clerical error.
I believe there's been such factual basis placed on the record at this point, Your Honor.
We're satisfied with the factual basis. I'll accept your plea if finding your plea made freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. Set this matter for sentencing. Your sentencing date's November 21st at 9 a.m. You need to meet with our probation department. You need to present yourself to them in person no later than Tuesday at 10 o'clock in the morning. They're going to prepare a pre-sentence interview and advise the court as to how they believe it'd be best to sentence you. You said there was a cash bond in the defendant's name?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may appear for your sentencing via Zoom. Do you have any questions today, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Any additional matters for the record, counsel?
People, Your Honor, thank you.
Not from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
My understanding is that Gaston Mayberry was released from custody.
Yes, Your Honor. I will go. I did not realize that until this morning. I will go try to contact him and let the court know if I find something.
Thank you.
Yeah, 1:30 by Zoom.
Sounds good. Okay. Kiara. I know.
You joined the Zoom room, Your Honor?
Someone named Kiana?
That should be the victim on Nicola Howell. It's the victim on the case.
She's in the court.
She is, she's in the conference room waiting over there. I think she did this last time too. I think she just feels so comfortable being separate.
Okay. Let me stop the video. Okay, on the record, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Carmelo Simpson, 24-02483, counsel appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Casey Markarian appearing on behalf of the.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney Derek Esposito, spoke defender on behalf of Mr. Simpson. I'm physically present in the courtroom. Mr. Simpson is appearing by video from the Young County Jail.
Okay, Mr. Simpson, today's the date that was scheduled for preliminary. No, we missed the preliminary exam. So we reset this. This is a probable cause conference. How are we proceeding, counsel?
Your Honor, at this time, we're asking the court to accept the waiver of the preliminary examination timeline Mr. Simpson is going to be referred to Judge Allen's sobriety court. At the end of the proceedings, we're going to ask for a bond modification in order to get him into inpatient treatment. Just so the court's aware, I have Mr. Miller from the County Health Department. He's a program specialist, SUD prevention and pathways to care new beginning program, health promotion and prevention. He's already been working with Mr. Simpson in order to get him into treatment and provide treatment at the jail, but to get him into residential treatment and to get him transferred to 55th District Court Specialty Program with Judge Allen. Kelly Simpson, Mr. Simpson's mother, is also in the courtroom and in support of him.
Okay, we don't need to waive the timeline because he waived the timeline when he failed to appear.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and I think when he saw the magistrate, he indicated, I think he was assaulted. Is that why he missed court?
That was my understanding, Your Honor. But regarding bond, we're not asking that he be released. We're just going to ask that a PR bond be available when a bed space becomes available for him to be transferred directly from jail to that bed space. It's my understanding Mr. Miller is in the process of trying to get him to Bear River. And we'll hopefully have a bed space within the next week or so.
That request is granted. We will not need the October 4th date, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'll keep him under remand for now. Once the bed is available, I'll amend the bond. You can just notify my staff and I can do that.
Mr. Miller would like to speak to the court regarding that. Mr. Miller.
If you can first state your name, first and last for the record.
It's Derek Miller.
Okay. Common spelling for both?
DARRICK
Thank you.
We do run into some issues with the providers when we begin a navigation to treatment. If there isn't already a bond in place, they won't even do a navigation. We don't have language that would be specific to release to treatment. They won't.
Well, my right now says this in my notes, I said that he can be released directly to treatment. So I can fashion a PR bond for that purpose.
Yes.
But it would not be a lot. But if I fashion a PR bond, he could be released today without being placed into treatment. And then how do I know that we'll be able to locate him?
I'm not sure if that.
Yeah, so right now, he originally had a personal recognizance bond, he failed to appear. And I have no problem amending the bond to PR if he is placed into residential treatment. However, I will not be granting a PR bond until that happens. If you're saying that they will not allow an application even go forward without some language, I can amend the bond to a cash surety or 10% with some language that it can PR, but I'm not going to PR him until there's a bed available.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that part of the process works. I've just always been in the practice of the courts when they make the language specific to be released to treatment under PR.
Yeah, that's my language. That is what my language is.
Okay. All right, I misunderstood.
Oh, no problem.
Please excuse me.
No worries. No, well, that's my language, the language that I have, and we'll have to redo the bond paperwork that he has now so that the language has that in there in the system. Because right now he's remanded.
Thank you.
But we absolutely want him to be released to treatment if that's the case. Okay, if the paperwork as amended still presents issues, Mr. Etheridge can contact my staff and we'll fix it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, any additional matters for today's record?
From the people.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Simpson, you're all set for today unless you have questions for the court.
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's keep, actually, Mr. Etheridge, let me get a review date on this.
Yes, Your Honor.
October 31st. October 31st at 8:30.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're ready on Lamond and Howell, Your Honor. Howell should be with plea and Lamond should be at dismissal.
On the, well, Juan is in custody?
Yes, yes, he's present.
Okay.
I'm covering for Mr. Feigelson. He said apologies.
Did you want him brought up?
Your Honor, I'll waive his appearance. I expect a motion to dismiss.
I have an Ingham County prosecutor, victim advocate and Zoom.
That might be for Kiana Smith, Your Honor. She's sitting in there with Kiana.
Why are they both on Zoom then? Not on one.
I left the conference room to come back in
Okay,
here.
sounds good. On the record, in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan versus Isaac Charles Lamond, 23-03158, council appearance. And then she's unmuting. Please keep your device muted. Council appearance.
Good morning, Your Honor. Casey Markarian appearing on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jacob Stars, the floor of Assistant Public Defender covering for Mr. Feigelson. Mr. Feigelson sent his apologies, Your Honor. He had scheduled this morning. He couldn't make it, so I'm covering for this appearance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Today was the date and the time that was set for a preliminary examination, and you said we're not proceeding today?
No, Your Honor, if I may make a record.
Yes.
The necessary witness on this, Rodriguez Lamond, the alleged victim here, we have attempted to reach out and have contact with him. I can't even tell you how many times, at least a dozen. His phone number has, to my knowledge, never been in service, perhaps was at one point. I've checked with our victim advocates to try to find different contact information for him. We haven't been able to find anything. This case was in competency for a while, so I suspect that might be part of the reason, and potentially the issues have been resolved. I can't say for sure. I anticipate there will be a motion from the defense to dismiss. I would just ask that it be done without prejudice if we are able to meet contact with Rodriguez.
Mr. Stark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Best counsel would move to excuse Mr. Clemens' presence for these proceedings and waive his presence here. I will go talk to him afterwards, pending the outcome. The defense will move to dismiss this time, Your Honor. Defense is prepared and able to proceed. Thank you.
Motion to dismiss is granted without prejudice. People can reissue if they make contact with the necessary witness. We'll print a copy of the dismissal in just a moment.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
On the record in the matter of the people of the state of Michigan. This is the Pila Howell 24-02220. Full appearance.
Morning, Your Honor. Case Markarian appearing on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Bobby Pickens here on behalf of Mr. Powell.
Okay, Ms. Powell, today was the date that was scheduled, and this is for a preliminary examination. Counsel carrying concealed weapon, 1 count of assault with a deadly weapon. It was offered here. It says defendant to plead guilty to count 3. Felonious assault.
Yes, Your Honor.
Felony in district court.
Yes, Your Honor. I think we're going to need to reset it for a plea date. I did speak with Addie beforehand, so I don't think we're going to be able to enter the plea today.
Okay.
We wanted to submit the sheet to Your Honor, and I also have a bond motion to make.
Okay, we can set up a felony plea in district court and we don't have to do it on
October 3rd.
Okay, that works for you, Mr. Fickling?
Yes, it does, Your Honor.
October 3rd, you need to appear in person, okay, ma'am? At what time?
8:30.
8:30. Okay, let's see. And You want to make a bond motion?
Yes, Your Honor, just to add a couple protected parties to the no contact order, if I may.
You may.
So I was speaking with the necessary witness, the victim on this case, Kiana Smith, who I believe might be on Zoom still with us. In communicating with her and after review of the facts of this case, it seems like there might be an underlying custody dispute regarding some children that are not in any way biologically related to this defendant. There's a father involved who I believe is now in a dating relationship with this defendant. It's my understanding that Kiana Smith kept her kids away from the father because of this pending case and his continued relationship with the defendant up until last weekend. Last weekend, she had the kids go stay with their father at the defendant's home. And there are some allegations made that I can't substantiate yet from the father or potentially this defendant too. It's my understanding I might receive some videos or proof of that, but I don't have them yet, so I can't speak exactly to it. My request would be, since this defendant is not biologically related to these children at all and would have no reason to be around them, would be to add the children as protected parties to the no contact order. And in speaking with Mr. Ficklin, I'll let him speak for himself as well, but we did communicate about how this might cause some issues since apparently the dad is staying with the defendant now. But as far as I'm concerned, Your Honor, that's an issue that the dad's just going to have to work out. I see no reason why this defendant would need to be in contact with these children.
Let me get some clarification. This is an allegation of assault with a deadly weapon on the alleged victim, Kiana Smith.
Yes.
Okay. And after whatever may or may not have occurred last weekend, you want to now add the children of Kiana Smith.
Correct, Your Honor. It's my understanding they've been staying at the defendant's home. And Ms. Smith is ready and willing to take care of them.
Mr. Ficklin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will have to contest Mr. Marcanez's motion, Your Honor, because the defendant has, there has been no evidence presented that the defendant has threatened or has done anything to harm these children. These children have been in her care many times because her boyfriend is their father. And so Ms. Smith was well aware that they would be at Ms. Powell's home, but now she seems to want to weaponize the children and use them as a way for some kind of retaliation against Ms. Powell. It feels, there's no evidence that's been presented that there was any threats. She has not given any video, any text messages, any accounts or statements that these children were harmed in any way or in danger of being harmed. And she knows that they're living with Ms. Powell because of their father. Ms. Powell, those are not her children. However, she's dating their father and they're at her home and she has helped to care for them. And she has not had any contact with Ms. Smith. And even the father has a restraining order against Ms. Smith because of their own issues. But now she's pulling Ms. Powell into this and she really has nothing to do with their personal issues. She's just helping to take care of the children because she's dating their father.
Are there specific allegations of threats or violence?
I was told that there was, she has videos from this weekend about the victim, Kiana Smith. She has videos apparently from this week. I haven't seen them myself, Your Honor, so I can't.
Videos coming from whom? The children?
From the father and potential threats about never seeing the kids again, what might happen to them, things like that, Your Honor. I haven't seen them, so again, I don't want to guess or speculate.
Okay. But you're saying that these are videos from this defendant stating that they'll never see the.
Admittedly, it was very confusing, Your Honor, but it's my understanding it's both parties, both the father and the defendant are the allegations at this point. They are just allegations as I haven't seen the video.
Okay, well, it sounds like the threat is that they're not going to comply with any custody order, not that there's threats of violence. That, if true, is a matter for the family court, not the district court. So I'm not involving myself in that. The bond, as said, already covers the children. Section Q, do not harass, intimidate, beat, molest, wound, stalk, threaten, or engage in any other conduct that would place any of the following persons or a child of any of the following persons in reasonable fear of bodily injury. That would be a spouse, former spouse, individual with whom the defendant had a child in common, resident or former resident of the defendant's household. when those children are in your household, they're residents there. I can name these children as you're not to harass, intimidate, beat, molest, wound, or threaten them, but as to put a no contact order, I don't have enough information that would warrant a no contact order for the children. They're not a victim in this case. Or not alleged to have been a victim in this case, and I don't even have information that would support that the communication or interaction is that which would fall into the category of assaulting, threatening, or intimidating the children versus possibly a violation of a contact order or something of that nature with Ms. Smith, maybe threatening her ability to see her children. It's what it sounds like. I don't know. And if that's the case, then that's something that the parents need to address at the family court.
Yes, Your Honor, I've advised of the family court process, although I admittedly said I don't have any participation in that as well. I understand there is probably a custody dispute and underlying family court issue here. If Your Honor would be willing to include the children by name on the do not beat, harass, molest, or intimidate section, I would greatly appreciate it, but I think I agree that the bond kind of already covers the concerns.
These are minors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I just muted it for the purposes of not broadcasting the minor's name. To the extent that that has happened, I'm only amending the bond that she's not to harass, intimidate, beat, molest, wound, or threaten those individuals. I'm not entering a no contact.
Fair enough, Your Honor. And
She's not to she's not to have assaultive or threatening contact with anybody. Absolutely anybody, whether they're in her care or not, that would be a violation of her bond condition, not just these children. If you have any assaultive or threatening contact, so I'll allow the prosecution's office to flesh out whatever those videos involve. I have no problem adding their name specifically to that section of the bond conditions because it's really already inherently implied.
yes, Your Honor, and I'll work on collecting those videos and getting proof submitted through the proper channels, which would be the Lansing Police Department.
Okay, sounds good. Any additional matters for today's record?
Nothing from the view.
Nothing from the session.
I think we already got them the dates for, or notice to appear for the third. Okay, sounds good. You're all set then. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Pickling.
To contact Mr. Mayberry.
What's your bench warrant?
If we just have Miss Maycomer's matter left, I'm not wrong, Judge.
We can't start that off with just.
Sorry, yeah. I'll take it back. I'll take it back. I'll knock on wood.
We only. It's probably.
Yes,
better.
we have
Okay.
a 6-hour prelim next.
It will not be.
You know that?
I have not.
All right.
Mr. Lewis just said, I'm just glad I'm out of it.
I was here for the first 4 hours.
I'm gonna go chat with her real quick. Thank you.
No,
Judge.
no problem. Someone's showing some evidence here. Let's see. Okay. On the record, in the matters of the people of the state of Michigan versus Jace Bunkley and file number 24-01572 and Tabari McMiller and file number 24-01574. Council Parents.
Good morning, Your Honor. Madeline Maycomber on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ron Berry, appearing on behalf of Tabari McMiller, who's for convenience sitting behind me in the view.
Good morning, man. Please, the Honorable Court, Kareem Johnson, appearing on behalf of James Bunkley, who is also sitting behind me in the court.
Okay. This is the third day, I think, on the 16th, I'm not sure. But I think it was-
Testimony, I believe, 14.
Nonetheless, my understanding is we got some more testimony today.
You do, Your Honor.
Okay. And there's still prosecution witnesses, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense calling any witnesses we're expecting to?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Any preliminary matters before we continue with testimony?
None from the people, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
None on behalf of Mr. Bunkley, Your Honor.
Okay, you can call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People called Trooper Robert Delapel.
Probably swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. State your first and last name and spell both.
First name is Robert, Robert. My last name is spelled D as in David, Ella, P as in Paul, Elle.
Thank you. Trooper Delapel, where are you employed?
I am currently employed with the state police.
And in what capacity are you employed as of today?
As of today, I'm currently assigned to the training division in the firearms training unit.
Back in May of 2024, where were you assigned at that time?
At that time, I was assigned to the state partnership, and we worked in conjunction with Lansing Police Department's violent crime initiative. Or DCI.
How long have you been with the Michigan State Police?
Just over 10 years.
When you were working with the Secured Cities Partnership, do you regularly discuss tactical ways to approach vehicle stops or vehicles in a traffic stop?
Yeah.
And why do you go over those tactics?
We go over those tactics just to refresh everyone's memory and to go over what's the safest way to approach a car, because every situation is different, so we always brief that, for lack of a better term.
What are some of the tactics that you generally use when you're approaching a vehicle in a traffic stop?
Try to have multiple officers there, because it's always good to have more eyes on the car, because there's, for example, if you're on the driver's side and you're by yourself, there's things on the passenger side that you just would not be able to see, so we try to have multiple officers there just for eyes on as much things as we can.
What about windows in a vehicle? Do you have them roll them up, roll them down?
Roll them down,
And why is that?
just so we can see in the car.
When you are working with the Secure Cities Partnership, what is the, I guess, the overall goal of that partnership?
Overall goal of that partnership is to limit violent crime in the city of Lansing. And typically that includes arresting violent offenders and taking illegal guns off the street.
And do you have training or discussions or tactics as to how to apprehend violent offenders?
Yes,
And why do you go over those?
because you go over those typically because it's not your standard traffic stop. Sometimes you use surveillance and things like that. So most of those situations are fairly dynamic. They like to talk about, so they have a plan before they take place.
When you're working, say you were assigned to just the road and doing a normal traffic stop, would you still use some of these same cautions and tactics in doing a traffic stop, not working with the Secure City Partnership?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Because it's just good officer safety and it's good habits.
In your experience as a police officer, do cautions and dangers exist in every traffic stop that you conduct?
Absolutely.
And are you aware of those cautions and dangers even when there's not a visible or imminent harm that you can see?
Yes,
And why is that?
I'm aware of them just because of my training experience.
Does this mean that you are afraid on every traffic stop?
I wouldn't say I'm afraid on every traffic stop, but there's an element of fear or apprehension that something may happen. That's just part of our job.
Generally speaking, if there's a belief that there's a weapon in the vehicle, do you perform a different type of stop? Or do you perform the same type of traffic stop?
If we know that there's a gun in the car, that's going to change our tactics for sure. Yeah.
And why is that?
Well, to the objection, is this officer testifying to himself, to a policy, to what other people do? I don't know that he has the foundation, or at least there's been a foundation laid as to what any other officer is or isn't doing.
I thought he was talking in general. I don't think he said anything specific about this case.
Well, I think what she's getting into is what their practice is and what they're doing in a particular stop. I don't know if this is policy or if he's speaking for what the norm is or what the other officer is doing. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how this ties in.
Okay, well.
The foundation is the argument.
He can clarify if this is based on policy or this is based on their general practice or his understanding based on his experience. He can flush that out.
So I'll back up before we answer that question. Then. When conducting traffic stops, so that you have training and experience in doing traffic stops.
Yeah.
Is that provided to you through the Michigan State Police?
Yeah.
Is that ongoing training that you continue to participate in? And in tactical meetings within specialty teams, such as a security partnership, do you discuss those tactics within your team?
Yes.
Do you run scenarios?
Yes.
And why do you do all of that training?
Just so when a real situation presents itself, we have a plan that we've already gone over.
And the procedures that you implement in traffic stops, is it fair to say they're fluid?
Yes.
The actions that you take during traffic stops, are they consistent with your policies and procedures within the Michigan State Police?
Yes.
Are they also consistent with your training and experience as a police officer?
Yeah.
So then generally speaking, if you know that there is a weapon in a vehicle, why do you change or why does it impact the way that you approach that vehicle?
Just because we want to be prepared for any type of action or anything that may happen that's related to that weapon that's in the car or may not be in the car. We just want to be prepared for it.
When you're approaching a vehicle that you either know or even just believe may have a weapon inside of the vehicle, do you approach that vehicle, I'm gonna say amped up, or are you calm, something in the middle? What do you typically do?
I would not say amped up. I would just say more aware. I generally try to be more calm if I think that there's a weapon in the car. Just again, from my training experience, if I approach a vehicle that I think that there's a weapon in, and I'm amped up and I'm yelling and screaming, that does not make the situation good. I think being calm is what we try to do all the time, to be calm and collected.
Approximately how many traffic stops have you performed in your career?
Thousands, a lot.
Out of those stops, how many times have you been shot at by an offender when there was a vehicle, when there was a firearm inside the vehicle?
I have never been shot.
To bring your attention to the evening of May 29, 2024, were you working that day?
Yes.
And what shift were you working?
We were working an afternoon shift, 2 p.m. to 2 a.m. was our standard shift.
When you are working with the Security Cities Partnership, did you have a partner with you?
Yes.
And who was the partner on that day?
That was Trooper Andrew Gold.
As a partner, is that somebody that's in the same vehicle as you?
Correct. He was driving that day.
During your shift, did you have a reason to respond to Lucy Street and Stidwell Street in the city of Lansing? Is that Ingham County, Michigan?
Yeah.
What was the purpose of your response to that location?
That vehicle was observed by surveillance units for DCI at a visual that was related to a homicide. We had received information that there might be retaliatory attacks or violence at that visual, so we were conducting surveillance, try to keep that from happening. And this vehicle was identified by one of the officers on the scene.
Now, were you in a marked patrol car?
Yes.
And in a full police uniform?
Yes, just like this.
So you were not conducting the surveillance, I would assume?
Correct.
how are you made aware of what your surveillance team is seeing or hearing?
We talk to each other on the radio.
And is that radio traffic recorded in any way?
Yes.
And do you have a secure channel for your specialty team?
It's secured to the point where it's only the people on that channel can hear what's going on, so we can talk car to car. If that makes sense.
When you are listening to the radio traffic, is it always possible to know which officer is conveying the information on the radio?
It's always possible, but specifically with our team, because I have worked with them for upwards of almost 3 years, so you get to just be familiar with each of the team members' voices. So I might not ask, hey, is this so-and-so talking? But because I work with them so long, when they talk on the radio, I know who it is.
And when you were listening to the radio traffic that day, you said that there had been some information about a vehicle.
Yes,
Do you recall which officer was putting information out about that specific vehicle?
that was Officer Branford.
And what, if anything, do you recall hearing over the radio from Officer Branford?
He was conducting surveillance at the time, and he put over the radio that he
Objection, hearsay.
There are actually two responses to this objection. The first, Your Honor, is that it's not hearsay. It goes to show what the officer did next and what he's relying on in his investigation. The second, as far as in the suppression hearing portion, one of the arguments is that the officer that this trooper is about to identify never put over the radio the information that he put over the radio. So it goes to the credibility of the testimony in this suppression hearing, but as far as the actual statement itself, it has nothing to do with what the officer's relying on.
So it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Correct.
Well, frankly, Your Honor, it clearly is being attempted to be offered for the truth of the matter, sir. If it's not, I don't understand why she could possibly be wanting it, because if she's literally just said in the second part of her response that she wants to use it for the truth of the matter asserted to try to bolster the credibility of another witnesses. That's exactly why we don't allow.
I mean, as it relates to the suppression?
Yes.
Because she said as it relates to this, it's not for that purpose, because she is seeking this to show what the officer did next. And then it's to address the credibility of the argument.
I understand the nuance. If it's for evidentiary purposes of a suppression hearing, the hearsay is admissible for, okay, I get it for that part, Your Honor, thank you. So the first, and then the first part of that is indicating that he's already testified as to why, was called, to the scene, for that vehicle. And so he's already testified to that. So to say, well, I'll leave it to the court. I don't know that we need necessarily anything further beyond.
Objections overruled.
Thank you. What did you hear from the officer? Which officer was it, and what did you hear regarding this vehicle?
Over the radio, I heard Officer Brandenburg say something to the effect that he observed someone reach into the back seat of a black Chrysler Coupe.
And to be clear, you did not see this happen.
Correct.
And the vehicle that you were responding to at Lucy and Stidwell Street, that was a Chrysler 300?
Yes.
When the information was relayed over the radio regarding Officer Brandenburg observing somebody reaching into the back of the vehicle, was a traffic stop request?
Objection, mischaracterization of the testimony. It's something to be effective. Not use the word reaching.
I believe he used the exact phrase reaching into the back seat.
Can you repeat what your exact phrase was?
Yes, I heard Officer Brandenburg say something to the effect that he observed someone reach into the backseat.
Objections overruled.
After that radio traffic was put out, was a request made to stop that vehicle on the traffic stop?
Yes.
And were you part of that team that was making that traffic stop?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain a license plate on the vehicle?
Yeah.
And during your shift, are you equipped with a body worn camera as part of your uniform?
Yeah.
Was that body worn camera on that day?
Yeah.
And was it in working order?
Yeah.
How does your camera begin to record?
Our cameras are synced up with the patrol cars themselves. So when we activate and turn on the switch to turn on our overhead emergency lights, the camera for the in-car camera and our cameras that we wear all turn on at the same time, and it's activated by turning the lights on.
Prior to the testimony today, were you able to review the body worn camera in People's Exhibit number 5?
Yes.
And is that the body worn camera from your camera that day?
Yes.
At this time, we will move to admit exhibit number 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 5 is admitted.
Queen.
Is this your body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Say your body.
Or 2225 on a black Chrysler 300.
Pausing it at the 8-second mark. What did we just hear? Was that your voice we heard?
Yes.
And what did we just hear you doing?
I am calling out the traffic stop to our central dispatch.
And in doing so, are you relaying that license plate?
Yes.
Why are you doing that?
It's common practice. Anytime we make a stop, we let dispatch know what we're doing, where we're at, and who or what we're making contact with.
And as the passenger in the vehicle, would you be the one calling that out in your team on that day?
Generally speaking, when we have partners, the person that's riding in the front passenger seat is the one that handles any type of work on the computer, works the radio, and the driver obviously is just responsible for driving.
Prior to this moment, were you aware of what the actual plate number was?
Yes.
And how were you made aware of that?
Officer Brandenburg observed the license plate and read the plate over the radio.
Is that how you were able to confirm that the vehicle that you were making a traffic stop on is the same vehicle that had been relayed to you through this or through the radio information?
Yeah.
Now, because you were able to have this information, did you have any other information regarding the vehicle itself, its registration or insurance status when you were making this traffic stop?
Yes, he called out the plate number on the radio. We ran it in Lean, which is the law enforcement information network, and it returned indicating that the vehicle was not insured.
And at that point, this is before this moment that we're seeing right now.
Correct.
So the moment that we're seeing right now is just prior to the actual traffic stop.
Yeah.
And upon arrival, what did you observe this vehicle to do?
Slow down and pull into a driveway.
Did you later learn whether or not that driveway belonged to anybody within that vehicle?
Yes.
And did it?
No.
How does that impact what you're doing in that situation? Is that
It's one piece of information that we use that can be an indicator of something else that's going on. Again, just based off my training experience, when I've made traffic stops, that cars don't generally pull into a driveway. They typically just pull over on whatever road we're on at that time.
I'm going to play your video starting at the 8-second mark.
There's a driveway. Roll down your windows.
Hey, guys.
I'm going to pause it here at the 27 mark. We hear you say roll down your windows. Prior to that, could you see inside the back windows?
No, they were tinted.
They were tinted?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it important to you to be able to see inside?
Yes,
Why is that?
just to be able to see the occupants of the vehicle.
Playing at the 27-second mark.
The state police. Here's why I stopped here today, okay? Is this your car? No, it's hers. It's your car? Do you know it doesn't have insurance on it right now? Okay. I was going to my What's your local? Okay. Like blood brother? Sorry to hear about that. We're working that case right now, right? We're trying to get every available lead we can find out, all right? I still got it. We got it. No, okay. Okay. You're not putting handcuffs on. Just make you step out and talk to the right. Okay. Before you hop on, maybe even make sharp minutes. Because what we can stick to.
Okay, can I search you just to make sure when you get out? Okay, appreciate you, man. Thanks. Yeah, you're right. You just want to put your hands up on it. I got a warrant. What do I got a warrant for? I thought you were on the bench. What? How do I got a warrant and you don't even know my name or nothing?
Tavari McMiller.
What?
Yep.
What do I got a warrant for? Bro. You guys live here? No, I pulled over because y'all turned y'all lights on. What was I supposed to do? People don't usually pull into random driveways. Where else was I supposed to pull? Just on the side of the road, that's all. No big deal. You said this is your car, ma'am? Okay. You said you knew it didn't have insurance on it? Okay. You tell them to pull in here? Okay.
Pauses at the 2-minute and 17-second mark. Trooper, in looking at the video, is it fair to say that it's pretty difficult to see inside the vehicle from the video standpoint?
From the video standpoint, yes, ma'am.
When you're on scene with the windows rolled down, are you able to see inside the vehicle?
Yes.
You're able to see the passengers of the vehicle?
Yes.
During this interaction, were any of the passengers doing anything that would make you feel that they were reaching for a weapon or doing anything that would immediately endanger you?
No.
Go ahead and play this in the 2-minute and 17-second. Ready?
You guys in the back seat, you guys have any ID on you? You don't have any ID whatsoever? You have an ID on you? Okay.
It's all right, Tavion. We know what your name is.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Hey, ma'am, I was leaving my little brother candlelight and they
I'll go right there real quick. I'll be right back.
And I'm going to pause at the 2-minute and 47-second mark. We heard you say, I'm going to go run him real quick. I'll be right back. What does that mean?
That just means that I'm just gonna take the ID that he gave me and go check his name and date of birth and lean, just to see if he has any watch warrants.
And was that ID for Jace Bunkley?
I believe so, yes.
And when you ran that person, did they come back with any warrants or anything?
I don't think so.
Now, while you were getting this information, you were sitting in a patrol car as you were doing this?
Yes,
Did anything happen during that time that you remember?
not that I remember, no.
I'm gonna skip to the 4-minute and 30-second.
There, and I'll show you the warrant and everything, okay?
We'll start at 4-minute and 18-second.
Bro, this is gonna hurt, bro. Like, what? Can I get my phone and stuff? No.
We're gonna pause it here at the 4-minute and 34-second mark. What is happening with all the occupants of the vehicle at this time?
They're all being pulled out of the car and searched one at a time.
So it's fair to say that you were in your patrol vehicle when this decision was made?
Correct.
Bring it on in 4-minute and 34 seconds.
Is this secure turn? Nothing.
Turn around. Grab him.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back. Grab your phone.
Pause this here at the 5-minute and 7-second mark. We now see you putting the female passenger into handcuffs. Why did this happen?
At the time, I typically, when we make traffic stops like this and one of the officers see a gun or a weapon, again, like going back to my previous assessment, we try not to freak out. We try to just quickly secure people instead of, hey, there's a gun in the car, because that can amp things up if you don't want. So anytime we find a gun in the car, we secure everyone and go from there. So I assumed when those two officers said handcuff them or, arrest them, I assumed that they had found something in the car, and that's why I put her in handcuffs as well.
And playing from the 5-minute and 7-second mark.
I'm gonna lock the handcuffs so they don't tighten up on your wrist, okay?
Yeah, handcuffs, yeah, 32.
Do me a favor, just lean up against this right here, okay? Where was it?
Would you like to see? Can you see it over there?
Where was it, Schaefer?
It's sitting right here. It has to come from the back. So
Okay.
trying to get good photos.
Hold on, let me get gloves. Hold on a second.
That's what he handed back to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has to.
I'm gonna pause at 5 minutes and 59 seconds. You heard someone say it's what he handed back to him. Do you know who that person was?
That was Officer Branford.
You heard somebody say, mm-hmm, and who was that?
That was,
Were you surprised to hear Officer Brandenburg say it's what he handed back to him?
No.
Why?
because was consistent with what he had originally told me over the radio, that he observed someone hand something or put something or reach into the backseat.
And what is the timestamp currently on the video?
Timestamp is May 29th, 2024 at 18:05 or 6:05 p.m.
And I'm gonna get a video from the 5 minute and 59 second mark.
There's his bar
Oh,
here,
there's
so-
another one.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Yep, Schaefer, want to grab pictures when you get a chance?
Yeah, but before I even go and take pictures of that one, then we can secure them. Perfect.
Yep.
Sneak it
You want
behind
to grab
it.
that one?
Yep.
Just careful.
Yeah, I want to see where the...
It's facing off.
It's facing towards the passenger side. Hold on a sec. Can you move the seat forward? Yeah, go up as far as you can. Okay.
Pause it at the 6 minute and 49 second mark. We hear you asked to move the seat forward as far as it can. Can you tell, just for the record, where are you currently positioned within the vehicle?
So on the vehicle, I am standing on the rear passenger side.
And when you're looking to retrieve the weapon, are you going in from the rear passenger side?
Correct.
So why are you asking for the seat to be moved up?
Because before it was moved, just from where I was standing, I couldn't see the gun, and I had to kneel down and get on a knee back and lean down and look under the seat to be able to see it. And after the gun was photographed, I wanted to have a clear picture of exactly how the gun was oriented before I reached in and grabbed it. So I could see it.
So fair to say that the seat was moved back fairly far?
Yes.
Once the seat was moved forward, were you able to see the firearm?
Yes.
Right, 6 minute and 49 second mark.
And then move forward. There we go. There we go. Now I can get a good.
You're gonna pause it there at 7 minutes and 3 seconds. Why were you not able to to retrieve the gun from the front passenger side?
The front passenger side, the floorboard and the bottom of the seat were almost touching each other. It would presumably be impossible for almost any type of object. other than-
Objection like a foundation. I don't know that we haven't seen anything on this video demonstrating whether this officer even looked under the front seat and examined it or attempted to retrieve it from the front seat. So I don't know how he's testifying to the way he is without that foundation.
We actually did see the trooper go to the front passenger side and look. Then he goes to the back passenger side. And look, and I believe
I didn't see an attempt to retrieve it.
not an attempt to retrieve it prior to retrieving. After he was told, after he handcuffs, he was told there's a firearm in the vehicle. He does go to the front passenger side, and then when he goes to retrieve, goes to the back passenger.
Are you able to scroll back to that portion?
Where was it?
Would you like to see? Can you see it over there?
And right here is the front passenger side.
Continue to play.
Where was it, Schaefer?
It's sitting right here. It has to come from the back. so-
Okay.
Trying to get good photos.
Hold on, let me get gloves. Hold on a second.
I don't see him.
So I guess I'm not him trying to retrieve it on the front passenger side. I'm thinking he does initially walk over to the front passenger side where Trooper Schaefer is.
Right, but he can't see it through Trooper Schaefer. Trooper Schaefer is down in the vehicle. His head would be blocking and body would be blocking Trooper Delapel's view. So how does he know what it looks like?
Well, Your Honor, I also don't believe Trooper was finished answering his question as to the way that the seat was set up in regards to the floor before Mr. Berry objected.
To the foundation where he
Yeah,
give it.
but the basis of the objection is he doesn't have the foundation to speak on it if he hasn't seen it.
Now, can I ask it a different way?
Objection sustained.
Is there anything blocking if a object is placed in from the back side? Is there anything blocking it from going to the front side? What is that?
When I looked from the rear seat, I could see that the floorboard of the car was almost flush with the bottom portion of the seat. It would be impossible for the gun to be put there from the front of the seat. And I observed that from the back of the seat, once the seat was moved forward, and I had a clear picture of how the gun was
And the way that the seat is positioned on the car floorboard, is there a metal
Your
bar?
Honor, I just want the record to state that the trooper placed his hands pretty much touching each other to demonstrate the view he saw from the back of the car.
One hand over the other is what you're demonstrating.
Yep, I think this is exactly what the trooper did. Is that correct, sir?
The record will reflect.
In the way that the seat is positioned on the floorboard, is there a metal bar or wires in the middle of the seat?
I remember seeing that on the bottom of the seat.
And does that also block things from moving forward?
Yes.
Back to where we were at. Oh, it's not updating my timestamp.
Go up
I'll just play it from the 6:40.
as far as you can. Okay, and then move forward. There we go. There we go. Now I can get it good. One on the pipe. Did we get this one out of the console yet? Okay.
Yeah. We took it, but someone did. Just got a little bit more complicated, man. We'll be out of your hair shortly.
I'm gonna give it to I don't think this one is gonna have one.
She's got a valid license.
Get a property bag.
Did we get his ID?
His? No, I haven't yet. You need a bag, Harshman?
Yeah.
I'll grab you one.
Just I mean,
Yep.
so these warrants can be very
I don't think this one even has one on it. The slide and frame.
So the
Or
slide
the barrel.
and the barrel matches the frame.
Just gonna put this right here for now because I don't even think it has one. So. If you guys are able to, and pop the trunk. Yeah, there's no way. There's wires right in the middle and then. What's up? Yeah, go for it. So. Sweet. That helps at all. No, the two backseat guys were, their chests
He
were.
was freaking out. You could see his heart pumping. in his
Oh,
neck.
yeah.
I knew you were gonna say something. That's all I'm saying right there. I knew Schaefer was about to go.
For
Yeah.
the record, the video is jumping, but we can hear audio and it seems to be playing smoothly on the cover's laptop, but when it's displaying.
It's sometimes a lag. I think it's because of the internet, but I could be wrong.
I just want to make sure there's nothing in the video that we're supposed to be saying that we may be missing.
No. During process at the 10-minute and 17-second mark, we hear you saying you could see his chest going like this, and I believe we see your hand kind of moving in front of the camera. What are you indicating at that time?
When I originally approached the back of the car, just both of the back. Very nervous.
And what does the chest going like this mean?
They seem to be breathing heavily, their eye contact, but all of us around us seem to be very erratic. Just had their general demeanor seemed nervous.
Have you encountered individuals during traffic stops that were nervous before?
Yes.
Do you, and if so, how? Do you use nervousness? Is that something that you pay attention to during traffic stops?
Yeah.
And how?
Just if I notice that someone appears to be nervous, my focus will turn to that and I'll start to pay more attention to their demeanor and things that they're saying, the things that they're looking at, things that they reach for, things like that.
If you observe somebody being nervous, does that indicate to you that they absolutely are doing something illegal?
No.
Have you seen people be nervous before and not have any contraband or illegal items with them?
Absolutely.
Place 10-minute and 17-second mark.
The barrier, and I just looked under and I saw the mag like the. What you need?
Just put the clothes up top and that this glass is on breaking.
Yep.
Thanks, man.
No problem. Yeah, but without breaking that barrier, I saw the mags, like the round count part of the mags. And I got down and hit it with my light. See that line again. Perfect. So. You can go on the witness list, buddy. What? You can go on the witness list, buddy.
Pause that 10-minute and 53-second mark. We heard Trooper Schaefer say something about a round count. What does that mean?
Well, round count typically on pistol magazines, on the back of the magazine, for lack of a better term, there's tiny little holes on the back of the magazine. And when you load live ammunition, those holes without any bullets are just like you can see through. But once you load ammo into that magazine, you can see the back of that round through those holes. So it's like a magazine window, I think is the proper term for it.
Is that a fairly distinctive look?
Yes.
And in your role working with both Michigan State Police and the Securities Partnership, do you commonly encounter magazines and firearms?
Yes.
Based on your frequency in which you encounter magazines and your role as a law enforcement officer, would you say that you can recognize a round count portion of a magazine easier now than when you first entered into law enforcement?
Absolutely.
Play the video from 10 minutes and 53 seconds.
I'm going back to my quiet little spot. All right. It's a good one.
We get her over there.
Ma'am, yeah, just stand next to that officer right there.
Right, you just want to move against the car.
Right on. I have no idea.
So the gun that was under the driver's seat doesn't have a serial number. The one that was in the back seat in the center armrest had 2 different serial numbers, both were stolen.
Okay. Yeah, the only stolen probation.
How was the one?
So
Schaefer.
I'll show you.
So he is
the grip,
barrel, under the bracket like this. There's no possible way. There's wires in the middle.
It was obviously the mag was in it and everything like that. It was under the front passenger seat, just like this, with the barrel facing passenger side door.
Okay.
Or
yeah.
the driver door.
the seat.
And that one was underneath
Front passenger.
Okay.
So backseat passenger in the between 2 seats in the center armrest, facing forward.
But you can go look at it. There's no way that came from the front seat.
So be the back 2 seat.
Well, now because we.
I'm gonna pause this video at the 13-minute, 13-second portion. Can you identify who we see on the screen right now from left to right?
So going from left to right in the gray t-shirt and black police vest and ball cap, that is Officer Brandenburg of BCI. In the middle, in a police uniform and sunglasses, that is Trooper Calvin Harshman. Then far right is Trooper Luke Schaefer, and then the far right, where I think you can just see his head and part of the front of his uniform without any sunglasses. That's Trooper Golden, the ID that's clipped on his tie.
And playing that from that 13-minute and 13-second mark.
Once after we found it, we moved the seat up to get it, so we weren't blindly reaching in to grab it.
Yeah. I took a photo.
Jason Bunkley?
Yeah.
Jason Bunkley.
Okay. So yeah, I would say 100%.
This one seems to was correct on the right side. That's the person that was.
Okay.
What about driver?
One in the center.
100%. That under the seat gun came from.
Both are back seat. Yeah, back seat.
I'm gonna pause it, excuse me, the 13-minute and 47-second mark. Trooper De La Poe, we see 2 different conversations going on. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Can you distinguish between the 2 conversations, what's being said in each conversation the entire time of the video that I just played?
I believe Officer Brandenburg is having a conversation with Harshman. And Trooper Schaefer and Trooper Golden are having a conversation.
Can you distinguish what they're saying to each other in those 2 different conversations while you're standing there?
I think they are just discussing where each gun was located in the orientation of each of the guns.
Fair to say that they were not all 4 engaging with each other?
Correct.
It's leading that there's not a public.
Yeah, it is at the 13-minute and 47-second mark.
No doubt.
Both back
No
seats.
driver.
No.
Oh,
There you go.
okay. So you can go too.
Yeah. He's got warrants, but yeah. He handed it like this.
Go ahead.
I don't know what else you carry your hand over like that.
And pause at the 14-minute and 9-second. We heard Officer Brandenburg say he handed it to him like this and did a movement. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And did it surprise you to hear him say that at that time?
No.
Again, why did that not surprise you?
Because it is consistent with what he originally told me over the radio before the traffic stop, that he saw someone reaching the back.
Your voice is a little low. Can you repeat your?
I'm sorry. It was consistent with what he had originally put over the radio before the traffic stop, that he had observed someone reaching to the back seat. Sorry about that.
And then would you recognize James Bunkley if you saw him again today?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you describe where he's sitting in an armor clothing?
I believe he's there wearing a gray.
And would you recognize Tavari Miller if you saw him again? And can you see where he's sitting in the courtroom?
He's sitting over there with, I believe, be a green.
And for record, identification of the defense.
Objection. No objection.
Identifications noted.
Thank you. I have nothing to-
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Real quick, just while we're at it, Officer Brandenburg in this reporting just now showed when he was depicting something being passed, reached over his own left shoulder. Didn't he?
I believe so.
Have you reviewed your body camera in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
From before the first hearing we had, and then this one, 3 times.
Had a lot of opportunity to prepare for your testimony then, right?
Watched it for about 10 minutes yesterday.
You didn't prepare a report in this case, did you?
Yes, I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Do you know was that a supplement or?
It was the original report.
The original report?
Yeah.
That was prepared by you instead of Trooper Golden?
I believe Trooper Golden's name and my name are on the report.
Well, when it refers to I and then refers to Brandenburg, that would suggest to you that the author is not you. Right? Or excuse me. Say correct, but if it refers to Officer Delapel and I, that would clearly not be you writing it, right?
Correct.
And so, see here. It says I initiated the traffic stop. That would have been you, wasn't it?
I would believe that would be referring to Trooper Golden.
So you don't know who authored the report?
Trooper Golden.
Did you prepare, did you review a report authored by you in preparation for testimony today?
I reviewed his report.
Okay.
And I just said yes, that I did a report because my name is on the report.
Okay, so now we're getting semantics here, and I don't want to do that. I don't want you to lose credibility if you're misspeaking. I asked specifically if you authored a report, and you said you did.
Mhm.
Now we're saying that your name's on the report. Which is it?
My name is on the report.
So you didn't specifically write down your version of events of what happened from this day.
No, sir.
So I don't have anything before today to use as your prior statements to try to look at and see if it's consistent with what you observed and reported in report.
No.
So not to, you don't have to, but you have the opportunity to come in and say things differently because there is no specific report stating what your observations were.
Objection is argumentative, Your Honor.
It's cross-examination. This isn't impermissible.
Your question is that he has the opportunity to say things differently than what he perceived?
Well, he has the opportunity to say things without a prior recorded statement by him in a report.
That's different than what you said. Your question was, he has the right, he can come and say something differently, and I'm trying to understand what do you mean by different? Okay. He's gonna re-ask.
Well, it's fair to say, the point's been made. I just move on. I think you didn't author a report, so I don't have anything with your prior statement as to what you supposedly knew or didn't know. We don't have that prior to your testimony today, right?
Nothing that I authored, no, sir.
Now, you indicated in your testimony, direct testimony, that you had responded to the area of the Lucy Street for this vehicle. Here, vehicle was identified as a person of interest related to a homicide. What homicide was that?
I don't recall the victim's name specifically, but it was one that had happened days prior to the traffic stop.
And who was the person of interest that was identified from this?
Objection is to relevance, Your Honor. Person of interest is not relevant to the fact that this vehicle was the one that we identified. Again, we're getting into facts of a homicide case.
No, we're not. I'm taking his exact response when questioned. It didn't say whether this officer went to the vigil. The question that posed to him.
You said, did it say that whether this officer did what?
Went to the vigil.
Okay.
The question that was posed to him was why he responded to the Lucy Street and whatever, which is where the scene of the traffic stop was. The response by this witness was that this was a vehicle that was identified and the person of interest that related to the homicide. So now he made it relevant.
The question is, who is the person of interest?
Exactly. So who in this vehicle is the person of interest?
I would say that would not be relevant, Your Honor, because the vehicle that's being stopped, the vehicle ultimately has insurance. So whether or not the person of interest is inside that vehicle is irrelevant.
Well,
now we're getting into an open investigation and information within that open investigation.
I think it's
not
relevant
to the traffic stop itself.
I think it's relevant, number one, to show why, again, why they're stopping the vehicle. And number two, so this
Goes to
court.
credibility.
Well, if the court's ruled, I was going to say, because I plan on getting to that. I think part of the issue that has now been made of this is whether there was this type of protection, whether this was something more than just a civil infraction for no insurance for that plate. So
I think it goes to credibility. The objections overruled.
Who was the person of interest in this vehicle?
I don't know. I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think I testified that there was a person of interest in reference to a homicide. I believe I testified that there was a homicide and that we were surveilling the individual in reference to the homicide, and also Brandon Burke surveilled this vehicle.
So if you do we need to read the transcript back to you, or?
I believe that's what I said.
So if you testify person of interest, now you're saying that was incorrect statement?
I don't think I said that. I could be wrong. I don't recall saying that there was a person of interest in the car.
Why might you say that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't understand.
The objection is speculation. If you say he doesn't believe he said it, why he might have said it.
Why might you say that? Is that what they said?
Why he says he doesn't believe whether he said there was a person of interest, or he said he doesn't know whether he did or not. And so the question is, why might he say that?
Why might he say that he doesn't?
Why? That's fair. Why might he say that there was a person of interest?
That would be speculation. He's saying he doesn't believe he did say that, to say why he might say it.
I love that you're
speculating.
leading the witness through your objections, but let's please not.
Excuse me,
do that.
Mr.
Okay. Let's drill it in a little bit. I'm not following your question. Why might he say what?
Let me word it differently and see if
Okay.
it helps. If you did say that you responded to that scene on Lucy Street and involving a person of interest related to the homicide, why might you have said it?
Okay,
Speculation.
that is speculation.
Okay.
Granted.
Did you know any of the names of any of the occupants of this vehicle prior to the stop?
The driver.
When did you first become aware of that person's name?
When Officer Brandon Burke said his name over the radio.
Well, let me clarify that. You became aware that that person was in the vehicle and when Officer Brandon Burke said his name, right?
I believe so.
Had you ever heard that name prior to that moment? Ever?
No.
Did you attend a meeting with other occupants of the Secure City Initiative and the BCI in regards to that homicide?
That, I don't believe so, no.
You weren't in that meeting?
It wasn't a meeting.
So if others came in here and testified about that meeting, you're saying there was no such meeting?
We have a shift brief every day, but it's not like specific to any.
Well, again, I don't want to play semantics, calling it a shift brief or a meeting or whatever. Were you privy or part of a group of people sitting down or standing or in an area at the same time discussing the homicide investigation as it relates to potential follow-up?
Yes.
Within a day or two prior to this traffic stop? During that time frame, meeting, briefing, whatever you want to call it, were names given?
Yes.
Were any of the names given, any of the names of the people that were in this car?
I don't remember.
So you're not denying it.
Denying what?
You can't say whether a yes or no, right?
Correct.
So it's possible.
Or ask and answer.
That's fair. I'll move on.
Thank you.
Nothing was ever, the first time you learned anything, information about a gun from this traffic stop is when, after Trooper Schaefer says that he sees a gun underneath the front seat. Is that correct?
I knew that there was a gun. Again, I assumed there was one when they moved in to put all of the subjects in handcuffs.
Which would have been after Trooper Schaefer had seen the fight. Okay, well,
Correct.
you don't, yeah, but you later learned that he had seen the gun.
Correct.
But that's the first you had ever heard anything about a gun.
Correct.
If you ever receive information of a gun in a vehicle, either before the vehicle is stopped or during the vehicle stopped, you're gonna immediately, in your training experience, let your other officers know, right?
Correct.
And that was never done prior to that.
Prior to the traffic stop?
Yeah. And prior to Trooper Schaefer seat, looking underneath the seat.
Correct.
Now you took a photo of the gun as well, right?
I did not take a photo.
You took the photo from behind.
I believe it was triple shades.
Okay, so you were trying to look for it and telling them to move the seat forward or whatever for someone else to take the picture instead of you?
Correct.
Why were you giving those orders of what to do?
Objection is to relevance.
I guess I'll move along then. When Trooper Schaefer is trying to explain to you, there was a portion of the video we saw where we talked about the foundation of whether or not you saw from the front of the seat or not. Trooper Schaefer, so you saw that portion of the video.
Correct.
So you were standing there at the same point in time Trooper Schaefer was when he's kind of pointing to, where he saw it, whatever, and describing it to you, right? You would agree that we can't see the gun in that picture, right?
Correct.
You couldn't see the gun from that point of view either, could you?
No, sir.
At no point did you see the gun in plain view, did you?
No.
Matter of fact, you had to move the seat in order to see it, right?
From the back of the seat.
Now, there was a passenger in the back seat of that vehicle, right?
Yes.
And you've identified that passenger as Mr. Bunkley, right?
Well, I would object. He did not identify.
My apologies.
That passenger as
My
Mr. Bunkley.
apologies. But
Objection sustained.
there was a person, it was in the back seat of the vehicle. And so do you know whether or not the back of that front seat was actually all the way back or not?
It had to be moved forward.
So you could see it better, but you don't know how far on its track it was, do you?
No idea.
Okay. And you can't, but from what you could see under the video, we weren't able to see from your body camera underneath that rear seat, could we?
Correct.
But you could see it with your eyes though, couldn't you?
Correct.
And that's upon leaning into the vehicle and looking underneath it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you're able to see with your own two eyes underneath the seat, you're able to see the firearm and its location and kind of towards the front of the seat and how I think you said the seat is almost flush with the floorboard in the front, right?
Correct.
Why, you said the purpose of taking the picture or moving the seat forward to taking the picture of the gun before reaching in there and grabbing it, and taking it, was to take a picture of it in its location? Was that the intent?
Correct.
Would not best practice be to take the picture of the gun as it can be seen in plain view?
Correct.
Have you seen any photographs of the gun taken from an angle that would be in plain view?
I don't believe so.
And this body camera, Ms. Maycomer points out that you discussing with the other officers about describing one of the subjects having his hand on his chest or something like, and you described in your testimony today that that was a sign of nervousness. And you indicate that, and then you're having that discussion with these officers after the gun is already found, right?
Correct.
So there's no audible indications of any appearance of nervousness until after a firearm was found. Would you agree?
By who?
Anyone that you're aware of?
No.
It was only after the firearm was found was that discussed about what supposedly could be used.
Yes.
Same thing with after the gun was found. After the gun was found is when Trooper tries to give theories of how it got there, right?
Right.
But yet none of those were discussed prior to the gun being found, right? No further questions.
Trooper, in your mind on that day, is it fair to say there were multiple things going on prior to the traffic stop? So there was, prior to you activating your emergency lights and sirens, You ran the license plate.
Correct.
The license plate came back, no electronic verification of insurance. Correct. Whomever was in the back passenger seat would have nothing to do with whether the car had insurance or not, correct?
Correct.
That would not be a civil infraction for anyone in the back passenger seat.
Back passenger seat. No, sir.
You asked a back passenger seat for his identification.
Correct.
That back passenger gave it to you.
Correct.
That sees the back passenger. Right?
I'm sorry?
That sees the back passenger. Meaning at that point, the back passenger was not free to leave.
None of the passengers.
So in the civil infraction traffic stop, in which
it's not a civil infraction traffic stop.
Okay, so now it was a felony stop?
Well, we stopped them because the plate came back no insurance. Operating vehicle without insurance is a misdemeanor.
Okay, so now it's a misdemeanor. A misdemeanor that the back passenger didn't commit.
Correct.
When you took his license, he was seized.
He was seized the minute we pulled the car over.
Okay. And he was not allowed to leave that location.
Correct.
The other information you had was from another officer that something was passed to somebody in the backseat.
Not somebody who just reached into the backseat.
Okay, so now.
Repeat your response.
Not somebody. From what I recall, he said that he observed someone reach into the back seat. That's all I recall him saying.
That was the only other information.
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that information is not specific, articulable, that a crime was being committed.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for legal conclusion.
Evidentiary hearing, Your Honor, on the basis is why the seizure was done and why the seizure was prolonged and why a search was done. And we are arguing that search was done.
His answer to that would be a legal conclusion. That's fine for Mr. Johnson to argue in his argument on the motion, and we can argue the opposite, but for this trooper to make a legal conclusion as to whether or not he had reasonable or reasonable suspicion to seize a passenger in a traffic stop would be.
I'll tell you what, I will agree. I'm probably to lay a better foundation. I was trying to hurry up, but I'll draw a question. You've been trained that in order to detain people for criminal activity, you need specific articulable facts that criminal activity is afoot. The only fact you had regarding Mr. James Bunkley was that he was in a car and another officer said somebody in the front seat reached to the back.
Correct.
You didn't have any other specific articulable facts attributable to him?
At that time, no, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
If you were to observe, or when you do observe an individual passenger or driver in a vehicle on a traffic stop displaying the behavior that would indicate nervousness, do you articulate that to those passengers?
At the time, no.
Do you articulate that to other officers in front of those passengers?
Typically, no.
Why?
Because I wouldn't tell my partner that because he's focused on dealing with the driver and he's dealing with on his side, and I'm dealing with what I'm dealing with on my side. So we kind of independently deal with what we have to on each side of the car. I'm not going to yell or talk over the car and divide his attention just because I see something on my side.
And in working with the Secure City Partnership, and then also in conjunction with VCI or the Violent Crime Initiative, do you work as a team?
Yes.
And do you rely on your team members? And for example, when Trooper Schaefer says, whatever word he said that indicated to everybody to have them be handcuffed, you rely on Trooper Schaefer for that.
Yes.
You rely on Trooper Golden when he's dealing with the driver of the vehicle to handle that portion.
Yes.
So you work as a team collectively.
Yes.
If you were to observe something happen in a vehicle that you were not certain is a weapon, would you then tell your team members, hey, there's a weapon in that vehicle?
I wasn't certain, no.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Trooper Dalibon, you may be excused. There's sequestration order, so you're not to discuss any portion of your testimony with any other witness.
Yes, ma'am.
Call your next witness.
Thank you. I will call Trooper Calvin Harshman.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, ma'am.
State your first and last name and spell both.
Harshman, CALVIN HARSHMAN.
See, counsel.
Thank you. Mr. Harshman, where are you employed?
Michigan State Police,
How long have you been with the Michigan State Police?
6 years.
And what capacity are you currently employed with the Michigan State Police?
I'm assigned to the Secured City Partnership in Lansing.
Approximately how many traffic stops do you think that you would have to perform as a trooper with the Michigan State Police?
1,000.
In those traffic stops, have you recovered weapons?
Yes.
In traffic stops in which you have recovered weapons, how many times have you been shot at?
None.
Were you working on May 29th of 2024?
Yes.
And during your shift that day, or sorry, what shift were you working that day?
The afternoon shift, so 2-2.
During your shift, did you have a reason to respond to Lucy Street and Sidwell Street in the city of Lansing, Ingham County?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the purpose of your response to that address or that area?
My partners made a traffic stop and I was backing them up on that.
When you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe?
I observed a vehicle stopped in the driveway and officers talked to them. I went up and talked to officers to figure out what's going on.
Were you in a fully marked police vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you in a full police uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
As part of your uniform, are you issued a body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you wearing that camera on this day?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that camera on and activated during this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to your testimony today, did you have the ability to review post proposal exhibit number 7 of your body worn camera?
Yes.
And again, accurately depicted what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, this one, people move to admit exhibit number 7.
Issue no objection.
Exhibit 7 minute.
The very beginning of your body camera, there's no sound. Is that normal? The first few seconds?
Possibly. The sound should kick on once the car cameras don't have sound for the first 30 seconds. The body cam should have sound when it kicks on.
Video now. Oh, that's. For some reason it's not.
You have to share.
Sorry. There we go. Okay. I'm pausing this right at the 2-second mark. This is your body camera.
Yes, ma'am.
And we do hear sound this time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to actually skip into your body worn camera to the 40-second mark. I guess we'll do the 32-second mark to this.
It's all right, Tavion, we know what your name is.
Hey, ma'am, I was leaving my little brother candlelight and they pulled me over. They get a traffic stop, okay?
It's just a simple traffic. I don't know this young man, but this is my house.
I got you. Yeah, he decided to pull in here when we stopped him, so we'll be getting out of here in just a minute, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Pause at the 1 minute and 6-second mark. We see you approach an individual in a separate vehicle who says, "This is my house. I don't know this young man." Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did that stick out to you in any way?
Yes, most people don't pull into other people's driveways when they get stopped or normally.
I'm going to skip to the 11-minute and 20-second mark. Play your video from the 11-minute and 20-second mark.
So who was the other kid on the other side?
Jason Bunkley. On this side?
Yeah.
Jason Bunkley.
Okay. So this one seems like it was put on the right side by a right-handed person. The other one is for the back left. So the back two had him.
I mean, the one in this little center console in the back looked like set in the back.
Yeah, from the other side, from the left side. Yeah, another one looks like it was put from the right side. So the back two people. So yeah, both are back seat, back two seat people.
No doubt.
Both back seats.
driver.
No.
You could charge all three. I saw him hand it to him from
Oh,
the front.
there you go.
Okay, so you can go too. Yeah. You got warrants, but yeah. He handed it like this.
Go ahead.
Pause at the 12-minute and 2-second mark. Prior to you turning and saying both are back seat, who were you speaking with?
It would have been Trooper Golden and Trooper Delapel because they made the traffic stop. Or the other person was Officer Brandenburg.
Okay, so you're speaking with Officer Brandenburg. And then when you turn and say both are the back seat and you kind of do a hand motion, who are you speaking to at that time?
The two troopers.
Prior to turning to them and speaking to them, were you able to hear their conversation as you were talking with Officer Brandenburg?
I'm sure I could hear. I wasn't paying attention to what they were talking about
You weren't engaging with them in any
though.
way?
No.
And was Officer Brandenburg engaging with you in conversation at that time?
Yes.
He was not engaging with Trooper Schaefer or Trooper Golden?
Objection to continued leading.
Was he engaging with Trooper Schaefer or Trooper Golden?
Not that I was aware of, no.
And you said that you could hear them, but you weren't paying attention to what they were.
Objection on leading again.
That's not reading, I'm clarifying to ask a question.
Okay, you're restating what he said.
Yes.
Asked and answered, and I guess.
Okay.
I'll withdraw the objection so we can hear the rest of it.
Repeat the question.
Thank you. You said that you could hear what they were saying, but you weren't paying attention. Was that because you were engaged in this other conversation?
Yes.
Just ask the court to note that's still leading.
That does not suggest an answer. Now, after this traffic stop is made, what, if any, main role did you take in this traffic stop?
After the traffic stop, we standing by for officer safety and then assisting with searching the vehicle.
And once the firearms were found, what anything did you do?
Secured the firearm that I located.
And did you check the firearms at all with any systems?
Running and lean, I do not remember if I ran it.
That's okay. The vehicle that was pulled over, this Chrysler 300, do you recall whether or not a tow was called for this vehicle?
I remember that one was called, yes.
And do you recall what happened with that?
No, I wasn't there when the tow arrived or the vehicle was towed or anything like that.
Do the first recollection. Oh.
I want to show you a portion of the CAD report, the computer report from the dispatch information that they would have. Would that help refresh your memory as to what happened with the tow vehicle or with the tow truck?
Yes.
Your if I may approach.
Yes.
Cooper, I've highlighted some things in pink. If you could just review those to yourself quietly, look up when you finish. Does that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
He said a tow was called. When the tow truck arrived, what, if anything, happened?
The vehicle that the tow was called for was already removed and gone.
And to be clear, were you responsible for staying with that vehicle?
No,
Were you responsible for deciding whether or not that vehicle gets towed?
no.
And Trooper Harshman, do you recall how many people were in the vehicle that day?
As far as I can remember, there were 4. I remember 4.
And the front seat passenger, do you recall the name of the front seat passenger?
I do not recall her name, no.
You said her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at a report help refresh your memory of the front seat passenger's name?
Yes, ma'am.
How can I approach again?
Yes.
You just read this portion to yourself, look up when you're finished. Do I have a refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was the front seat passenger that day?
Miss Bunk.
When a plea fee had already been admitted, People's Exhibit number 1, which is the body camera from Officer Brandenburg. Play this at the 9-minute and 1 second mark.
There, or you just picked them up? They were already there. You took them there? Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. We were in the park for a very particular reason because somebody got killed and there was talk of retaliation there. I saw Tavari hand something back to them in the back seat, and you were in the front seat of that car when that happened. Is that fair?
I wasn't really paying attention.
How's that 9-minute and 30-second mark? The individual that we see in the video here, is that Ashanti Fung?
Yes, ma'am.
Front seat passenger?
Yes.
And what is the timestamp on the video at this time?
1809.
Was that 6:09 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, nothing further.
What's the timestamp on this real quick? 9:30.
6:09.
During this portion of the video we see right now, you weren't here for this portion, were you?
I was not, no.
Okay, so this is Brandenburg's camera, not yours.
Yes, sir.
You have no idea what's being said here, right?
That is correct.
Did you watch this camera at all?
No, sir.
So you weren't aware that he was trying to challenge her and
Objection, Your Honor.
well, I'll put it this way, cops are allowed to lie to witnesses. to get-
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw the objection, I'll withdraw the question. Cops are allowed to lie to people in a car about what they may or may not have seen or known to try to get the witness to say things, aren't they?
Objection relevant.
You want to respond to the objection?
I think it's pretty clearly evidently relevant as to whether this officer was making a truthful statement.
How could you tell if this officer was making a truth?
Well, that's why I just wanted to clarify.
Doesn't that cause for him to speculate?
No, not to speculate.
You're asking him.
No, I'm not asking to speculate. Are the officers allowed to lie?
And I asked, how was it relevant? And you said, because you're trying to figure out whether or not this officer was making a truthful statement.
If officers.
How would he be able to Respond to.
I can just, the court can
Okay.
take judicial notice, the fact that cops are allowed to lie to interviews. That's fine.
Thank you.
I believe you said that your duty there was primarily to do for standby for officer safety.
Yes, that was one of them, yes.
When were you assigned with that duty as it relates to this traffic stop?
I wasn't assigned, I just went as a backup officer
When?
after the traffic stop was made.
When did you first learn the traffic stop was going to be conducted?
When they advised us on the radio, they're gonna be making a traffic stop.
How long was that before the actual traffic stop?
I'm not sure.
How far away from the traffic stop were you when you first learned that they were going to do a traffic stop in this vehicle?
I'm not sure. I'm in the area, so a mile or two.
Were you part of surveillance at the vigil?
I was not, no.
So you just happened to be in the area?
Yes. But it didn't happen to be an area. I was assigned to the same squad, so we worked that area.
Got it. So it wasn't by mere circumstance. It was planned for you to be in the area of that vigil.
Yes, sir.
And we're part of a meeting that occurred to discuss what the plan was for attending this vigil.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
No question.
Any redirect?
No, you're not.
Okay, I think you a trooper, you need to excuse. There is a sequestration order, so you're not to discuss your testimony with any other witness.
Yes.
Thank you. You can call your next witness.
Thank you. I can call Captain Justin Moore.
Yes.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth and the whole truth under penalty of perjury. If you can have a seat. State your first and last name, spell both.
Justin Moore, JUSTIN MOORE.
You can proceed.
Thank you. So where are you employed?
The City of Lansing Police Department.
And in what capacity are you employed with the City of Lansing Police Department?
I'm a captain in the investigations division
And how long have you been with the City of Lansing Police Department?
since September of 2005.
What are some of your job duties as the captain in the investigation unit?
I supervise the detective bureau, our undercover unit, our crime initiative, and crime analysis and CSI.
Prior to your testimony today, did you provide my office with a copy of your CV or your curriculum vitae?
I did.
If I may approach.
Yes.
Captain Moore, is this a copy of that CV that you provided?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same CV that you sent to me via email?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the people would move to admit Exhibit 6 into evidence.
So strictly.
Exhibit 6.
No objection.
Admitted.
May I approach to the court, Your Honor?
Yes.
Captain Moore, do you have any specialized training when it comes to video footage, body camera, things of that nature?
Yes, I have certification as an operator, an analyst in video analysis.
And what about the topic force science? Is that a topic that you're familiar with?
Yes, I've completed the Force Science Analyst School and also the Advanced Force Science Specialist School.
And have you obtained any certificates through those schools and trainings?
Yes, all of them.
Can you briefly give a general explanation of the following and how each would apply when you're reviewing a scene that includes body worn cameras? The first being force science, body cameras, or other recordings in law enforcement.
Yeah, so that training specifically kind of goes over the differences in cameras and angles and how they play into things, the limitations of cameras, the ability of what the human body is able to do and the differences between the two. It covers multiple aspects of the recordings of that video and how they get stored and the compressions that happen within that video as well.
What about in recognizing and managing abnormal breathing?
And so that's a certification through IPSID, and that is it's a course that you go through to recognize how people are breathing, how to monitor it, how to evaluate if they're having struggles, that way you can render aid before they have a custody.
What about de-escalation?
So I'm a de-escalation instructor as well that I've completed, and that is a week-long course as well through the Force Science Institute.
What about graduate force science analysis certification? Can you describe what that is?
That's a week-long course as well, where you dive deep into the human performance factors behind what humans do and in correlation with body camera footage and also third-party video from phones and security systems.
And what about advanced force science specialist? What is that?
So that is a 6-month-long course that you go into a lot more depth of the human performance factors, vision, attention, things of that nature, where it really breaks down all of the things that the human body does during those situations.
And throughout your career, have you been able to implement your training into your experience as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, so I currently and have for many years now supervise our review unit, where we review every single use of force of the department and other incidents that happen. I'm the body cam administrator and other SATCOM administrator for our agency. So we take and review that. I supervise that unit. We have a team of us that review every single use of force, the video, third-party complaints, video that comes in from third-party sources, analyze that and put that together to make sure that we're following policy procedure and law and all those things.
The trainings that are listed within your CV, are those in addition to the trainings that you would have received or do received as a certified police officer?
Yes.
And do you keep up on those trainings both as a certified police officer and through all of your trainings listed on your CV and in those specialties?
Yes.
At this time, people would move to admit Captain Moore is an expert in the area of body cameras, digital evidence, and human performance factors.
I don't know what's being asked. The body cameras, what else?
Body cameras, digital evidence, and human performance factors.
Okay. I guess for Deere at this point, because what expertise do you have as to body cameras? What certification, hours of study, training have you received specifically related to the technology of a body camera?
So Axon, who's the vendor of the body cameras that we use, has certified me as our administrator and as the head person for our system and those cameras.
Okay, but as far as are you qualified in any way? Well, have you been deemed as an expert by any court as it relates specifically to body cameras?
No.
Okay. Do you claim to be an expert in body cameras?
I claim to be certified in the use of body cameras and their nomenclature and things of that nature.
You claim to be familiar with body cameras and reviewing uses of force to determine whether force was necessary, right?
Sorry, can you reword that question?
You claim to be an expert in reviewing body cameras and as it relates to uses of force to determine whether the force was reasonable, correct?
Yes.
What training have you received as to the technology of a body camera, as to what it can and can't capture, to extent it appears the same as a human eye, the lens being different, comparing the millimeter, the contrast ratio, the diameters? What specific training have you received? I understand you've reviewed an article and put it in your report, What training have you received as to that specifically, as to the technology of a body camera?
Many of the things you just discussed are covered in the Axon body worn camera certification course that I've been certified in. Also, the Input ACE operator and the Input ACE examiner courses go over that in extensive detail. In the human factors for science courses, we go over that as well, what the human body is and how that's used to do that.
Okay, you took some courses. So Axon is one. How long is that course?
There's multiple ones that I've went to that cover those topics.
To receive your certification.
The first course is a week-long course, and then with some outside study as well. The second one is 6 months. And then there's another one that I went to that is a recertification, which is several things.
The 6-month one, I thought that was the advanced course for force science. Is that Axon? Well, I'm talking about Axon right now, okay? So
Okay, you didn't specify that, sir.
I did. The Axon certification. You received certification from Axon to be certified from them and their course. How long was that course in order to be certified like that?
There was some online training that was at your own pace, and then you went to the location, and there I believe it was maybe a day or two.
Okay, so minimal, you would agree, right?
I mean, minimal. What's your definition of minimal?
Okay. How much information did you learn about the technology of the apertures, the angles of the lens, things of that, the technical ability of a body camera wide angle lens to capture things similarly to the human eye? How much of that training, if any, was through Axon?
The Axon course doesn't go into great depth comparing it to human eye, but it goes into great depth about the products that they offer.
The product they offer, how to use it, how to store it, things of that
and the
nature,
lenses
right?
and what it captures, the field of view, things of that, yes.
So what did you learn from them as to the lens from Axon?
I don't understand the question. What did I learn?
Yeah, are you prepared to offer a testimony as to how a video in this from the body cameras in this case are distorted? Are you prepared to offer that testimony? Okay. Did you receive any training from Axon as it relates to that?
Yes.
What training did they give you as it relates to that?
We covered how the body cam works, its nomenclature, what the lenses do, how it's stored.
What did they teach you the lens does?
You're asking me what
You're the expert, and that's what you're claiming you have
absolutely.
expertise on, and I'm trying to determine.
So the lens is there and it captures what's happening.
Okay. What else?
And there's a lot of information there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to determine if you're an expert regarding the lens of a body camera, sir.
Can you ask me a more specific question like this?
No, you're the expert. Can you describe to what extent a body camera lens is accurate at any particular distances, any particular diameters, any particular millimeters, apertures, field of views? Are all these terms are all familiar? You're familiar with, right?
So yes, now you're
There's
asking
multiple questions. Can you give us
understand.
one at a time?
So as it relates to all those, did you learn any of that during your training with Axon?
In reference to their specific products, yes.
Okay, what did you learn through your training through Axon?
Yeah, I think the issue is the question is too vague. If Mr. Gray wants to ask about the specifics individually, so that Captain Moore can answer those specific questions, that would be different.
The field of expert is too vague.
No, the question is too vague. It's saying, what did you learn?
Yeah, saying what did you learn? I know you went through the list, but it was a heavy list. Can you break that down?
Okay. Well, okay. Did you learn any of those things from Axon, and if so, which particular ones?
Yes, you learn about the lens and the field of view and how it's not accurate with depth perception, how it's distorted. Because
let me stop you right there. You said it's not accurate depth perception. Is it never accurate, or is it sometimes not be accurate?
The particular lens on the AB3 that was used in this incident is not going to be accurate with depth perception.
No matter what the distance is.
No, not compared to the human eye.
What in your field of training said that? Do you have an article that says that no distance is reliable?
There are multiple articles and studies on that, yes. It's a wide angle lens, right? Okay. Which is not similar to what the human eye is.
Okay, I'm not getting into your testimony. I'm trying to get into your training. So they taught you their body cameras are not reliable. That's what they taught you?
No.
Okay, so what did they teach you as to deciphering the reliability of their camera lens as to when you can or cannot rely upon it? I understand you want to talk about how it's not reliable in this case.
When you go off, it makes people forget the question.
My apologies. What did they teach you about discerning its reliability when it can be used reliably, if any?
It can be used reliably when it's coupled with other things that are in existence, a written report, eyewitness testimony.
Did Axon teach you that?
It's talked about in that class, yes.
Axon. So they talk to you about, and don't rely upon the video, instead rely upon other things.
No, that's not what it
Did they teach you when the lens can be relied upon by the accuracy of video? How to determine, when it's accurate or not, or when it's distorted or not? Did they go into any of the science, the technology as to examining the use of the body camera in that course?
They go into the basics of it, yes, sir.
Okay. So can you explain the science of to what degree it's reliable, at what distances it distorts, at what measurements and what apertures? Can you explain any of that from that training? From Axon specifically.
It talks about how the wide angle lens is not able to capture that accurately.
You've said that many, many times. Can you explain the science?
Sir,
Are you an expert in this?
Your Honor, first, I'm gonna object to the argumentative comments that you've said that many, many times. Second, he's asking if he's an expert. I'm asking the court to deem him as an expert. If Mr. Berry wants to automatically stipulate that he's an expert, then this voir dire is not necessary. His questions are very compound, they're very confusing to everybody. If he wants to ask a direct question about what did you learn regarding distance, what did you learn regarding ratio, and split them up, Captain Moore can answer those questions. When he's asking long-winded compound questions, kind of like this objection, it gets very confusing.
I'm taking that long-winded objection as compound.
I agree, but a compound objection is not against the court rules, but compound questions are. And so your questions were compound. I do think that the last question he asked, however, was not compound, which was for him to explain his training that would qualify him to be an expert as to the reliability or accuracy. And his response was that they went over the basics. I think he was following up on that response.
Okay.
And so, because if all you did was go over the basics, I don't see how that makes you an expert. So you got to get more detail.
Yeah, sure.
You can continue.
So can you explain the science as to determining the reliability of body camera video?
Based on the lens and the sensors that are installed in the AV3, it does not give an accurate depiction of depth.
That's the extent of
I have
your
a question.
knowledge.
What kind of lens is installed? You said based on the lens that's installed.
It is a wide angle lens.
I believe part of the problem is that the question is specific to this Axon training as opposed to his overall training.
Well, you asked to have him certified as an expert in 3 different things, so he's got to take it one at a time.
Yes, but I believe that's why the answer we're getting is a small answer, is because Mr. Berry is saying specifically the Axon training you did, not other trainings, and other information you've learned.
The Axon training, is that the only training that you took for certification as to body?
No, you're not.
Okay.
We're gonna get into that. There's
Okay.
technically arguably some more, but we'll get into that.
Okay, I have a question though. The training that you took for Axon, was that specific to your role as the captain or the person that's going to be the designee, or do all officers who have a body cam take that?
No, it's specific to my role as the administrator for the body cams at the agency.
Okay, you can continue.
So you use body camera to confirm things that police officers are telling you, right? Have you used the body camera to dispute the things that your officers have told you? So the body camera can be useful to dispute the allegations made by an officer.
Yeah.
Do you claim to be an expert in body cameras?
The footage and body cameras, yes.
I'm sorry?
Body cameras and the video, yes.
Body cameras in the video. So you claim to be an expert in body cameras and footage?
Yes.
Okay. So where you receive, and you received your knowledge, training, education. I'm not talking about on the job, but just as far as where you received the science or explanations of the body camera itself and the video that's produced from it. You received that from Axon, what other training, specifically education, did you receive as it relates to a body camera and the video that's produced?
I attended a force science school on body worn cameras and video footage.
So let's go stop one by one. Force science.
Yes.
That is a course specifically for law enforcement, right?
Yes.
Non-law enforcement can't take it, can they?
Yes. They
Oh, they can. Okay. But that course is a very short course, right?
Specific to the body camera?
Yeah, it's what is it? It's 40-hour course, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, no. I want to be clear that we're saying that the entire certification of a force science analyst is 40 hours, right?
Yes.
And the purpose of that course is to train police, law enforcement to review use of force by their officers in their department, to make their own assessments and to take into account what the officer's telling them rather than just the video, right?
Can you rephrase that again?
I'll put it differently. What is your understanding of the purpose of that certification?
Certification course to educate the participants on the human performance factors and the things that surround it, between body camera footage, fleet footage, third-party video, to take all of the evidence in a situation or an incident and put it together and evaluate it holistically.
Well, I don't know. What is the overall goal of this course? Who is it for? Who is this designed for?
I can't answer who they designed it for. I can tell you that I've seen attorneys in it, I've seen doctors in it.
You're familiar with their website?
Yes.
It's forscience.com, right?
Yes.
So if I were to say to you that from their website, the primary objective of this intensive course is to prepare law enforcement professionals to understand human factor dynamics more thoroughly and completely while investigating cases involving the use of force. You'd agree that their primary purpose of that course?
That's what it says, yes.
Primary purpose of that course is not video analysis or becoming an expert in the use of the body camera, but understanding the entirety of the use of force case, right?
Yes.
And being able to compare and contrast what you see in the video versus what your officers are telling you, right?
Yes.
One of the things that you're taught through that course, did you learn about any kinds of recreation of the scene in order to test?
Yes.
Have you ever done that in your job capacity?
Yes.
So how many times have you done that? A recreation of the scene and you can comparing the video?
I don't recall.
How long have you been doing?
Several years.
How many?
Several years.
Several. To me, that's 3. Is it more than 3?
I would say it's been more than 3.
So how many more than 3?
10 years maybe.
So as much as 10 years, up to 10 years. Okay. That you have, that you have done a recreation of a scene, comparing it to the video.
Yes.
So how many times have you participated in the recreation of a scene? Approximately. Or you said you're not sure, and I understand, but are we talking about like 5? Are we talking about thousands or what?
I would say dozens.
Dozens. Over 10 years, you've only done it dozens of times. That's something that for science certification, that 40-hour course, that's one of the things they teach you is to test, is do a recreation, right?
They teach how to do that, yes.
Okay, but do they teach you the science and the technology of the lens itself on the body camera?
Yes.
Okay, and so do they teach you how to use a 50mm lens and compare it to the human eye versus a wide angle camera? Did they teach you that in that course? Or is that an article that you cite in your report but were never taught?
They teach you how to use I wouldn't say they teach you how to use a 50mm lens.
I'm sorry?
They wouldn't say they teach you how to use a 50mm lens. They would teach you how to compare the two, yes.
Okay, so you don't know exactly how to do it yourself, how to compare a video to make it. One of the things you talked about in your report is doing a correction of video, right?
Yes.
Isn't that what we're talking about, is to potentially alter the video in some type of fashion to make it comparable more to a 55 millimeter, which is more comparable to the human eye?
Correct.
Is that something you were taught in that course?
Not in that course, no.
No, so you were never taught that.
They talk about it in there and that it needs to be done, but I wasn't taught how to do it.
So they talk about it, but you never learned how to do it yourself.
I have learned how to do it, just not in that course.
Okay. Do you have any specific training to look at a video to say, just to determine what percentage of reliability, at what distance it's reliable?
I don't think there's anything out there, excuse me, that talks about the reliability of it. That there's no percentage out there how reliable it is.
So you've
It's not
never received
scored.
any kind of training to saying when it's reliable?
I think that's for the trier of facts and the courts to decide when it's reliable. I can give the facts of what happens.
Well, you're the one just claiming to be an expert in body cameras though, right? So can you tell us if they're ever can be relied upon? Or should we never rely upon them?
I think that that's for the court to decide, not for me. I can tell you.
You are
what
the
it
expert,
does.
sir. Do you understand it's your job to teach us
I-
when we
and
can
I-
rely upon it and when we
I can
can't?
do that.
What education do you have to be able to teach us the science of to what extent, if scientifically explain it to us, how it can be, when it can be reliable?
So I've been through Input ACE, Operator, and Certified Examiner courses. And that breaks down the lenses and things and how that footage needs to be manipulated back and have lens correction and correct the barrel distortion that happens in that footage.
How can you determine when that's necessary?
Well, if you pull up the video, you can look at the actual video and see indications of that needing to be done. Then you go back and you look at the manufacturer and look at the lens, what kind of lens it's using. It's using a wide angle lens, which is going to give it barrel distortion. That's just a known fact in the camera world. So then you look at that and you compare it to the footage and say, yes, that's happening there. So then you need to go in and adjust the K values on that footage, which will flatten out the image. That way you can actually see an accurate depiction of what's happening. It's still not going to.
Let me stop for a second.
Yeah, he's gotta let the witness answer. the
No, he
question.
doesn't, because
Yes, you do. You have to let the witness answer the question that you've asked.
You're gonna talk to me, not to each other. He's gotta let him talk, finish the question, and you're interjecting because why?
it became a narrative to where he's going on, and I want to stop him and go and become question by question rather than the open narrative.
I'll allow him to finish the answer. I don't think he was complete in that particular answer.
I lost my place with that, sorry.
I think you said something about K value or something.
Yes, you have to adjust the K values, which takes the image and flattens it out closer to what the actual depiction is. It's going to be a best corrected version of that video.
Okay, so again, we know that wide angles are just by their nature distorted to some extent, but they are more reliable the closer you are, right? You learned that.
Yes.
Okay, and but the best way to try to make it as comparable to the human eye as perfectly as possible is to do this correction, right?
Yes.
But you have received no education or training in how to do that correction.
Yes, I have.
You have?
Yes, I've already answered that.
Okay, who did you receive the correction from on how to do that?
Input ACE.
Input 8?
ACE, ACE.
Okay, and when was that? 2021?
Approximately, yes.
See, an operator certification and examiner certification. That would have been through the examiner certification?
Through both of them, yes. One is a kind of an introductory course and one is a more advanced course.
Well, operator teaches you how to do it and then the examiner teaches you how to actually examine and analyze it, right?
Yes.
How long was that certification?
I don't recall right offhand.
Was it another 40-hour or less course?
Yes.
What program do you use to convert this K value and to be able to do the correction?
It would be their program, Input ACE, which has now been bought out by Axon and Axon.
How long ago was that?
Objection, Mr. Williams.
Well, that's.
You want to respond or
No,
you
that's all right. I'll
withdraw?
withdraw the
Okay.
question. It takes longer doing it this way than just answering the question. What is the specific program they teach you to use to make the correction?
It's now called Axon Investigate.
Okay, have you used that?
Yes.
How many times?
It's not thousands.
Okay, and has that been produced in litigation, by a correction by you that you've used in any type of litigation?
No.
And so that's never been a product of any of your testimony in using it.
Correct.
So how can we verify that you used it?
I mean, I've done work product and produced it and submitted it for different reasons around the, for my daily job duties.
Okay. Here at this point, I guess, for what it's worth, I guess I'll just go, well. Yeah, I mean, I don't see the relevance of the force science. I think the only thing I see relevance here is body cameras. And I don't see that there's enough that he'd be an expert in determining. All we hear is body cameras are distorted, but we're not getting any information as to how we can determine their accuracy and when they can be used. Nor is that going to be, well, let me ask it this way. Did you do any lens correction in this case?
I looked at it and lens corrected it, but I did not finalize a finalized product.
So we're not getting any testimony about the lens correction. We're not getting any testimony as to what degree of liability there is or isn't. We're not getting any distance or measurements. We're not getting any recreation of the scene. So I don't, number one, I don't know to what extent it's relevant. As I said, the last time we were here, I'll stipulate that a wide angle body camera lens can be distorted. You got to take everything into common sense and make your own inferences. That's essentially what this witness is saying. The rule of evidence 702 requires for this witness's testimony that testimony is based on sufficient facts or data. Testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods, which we still haven't gotten, and that the expert's opinion reflects a reliable application of the principles and methods to the facts of this case. One of the standards is you look at the very beginning of that statement, and as a witness who is qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education may testify in the form of opinion or otherwise if the proponent demonstrates to the court that is more likely than not, and then A, you're going through that it's scientific, technical, or otherwise special knowledge that will help the trier of fact to understand the evidence or to determine a fact in the issue. Frankly, this is common sense. A wide angle lens is slightly distorted to what degree he can't tell us, and that's it. To what extent is this sufficient under my argument is it's not sufficient under Rule 702. If the court finds that it's marginally probative, fine, let it be it. It's just, I just think it's just going to waste all of our time.
You can respond.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the witness does have specialized knowledge in the area of reviewing body camera footage, what that footage looks like, we're correcting it. I did not go into specifics in regards to this case because it was just the foundational questions as to whether or not he has enough training and experience in this area. The entire argument that defense is making regarding whether or not Trooper Schaefer was able to see the firearm under the seat has to do with the fact that he submitted 200 to 300 still shots in the body cam saying, look, Judge, you clearly can see that he's broke plane of the door of the car based on the body camera that I have now broken down into still shots and provided to the court. So if we're going to argue that that evidence is reliable as a still shot from a body camera, that we don't even know how Mr. Berry got that, we don't know what product he used or anything to submit that to the court, then this expert can absolutely speak about whether or not body cameras are distorted, how they are distorted, and whether or not his review of the case, how that applies to his knowledge in the specialized area of body cameras, of digital evidence, and of human perception factors.
I would agree. I don't think that there's been enough foundation laid for me to deem him an expert. I understand that this was a wide lens angle. What else?
And Your Honor, and I apologize about that. I was laying just a very basic foundation because it was my understanding that he was going to be stipulated to as an expert. I can absolutely get into the more technical information of his training and what that training looks like.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Dr. Moore, defense counsel was asking you about specific trainings. Do you utilize one specific training in your field, or do you utilize all of your trainings together?
Use it all together.
When you are looking at a footage from a body camera from an incident, what things are you looking for specifically to determine whether or not it is distorted?
When you're looking at a specific image, specifically in something like this, when you look at the edges or the outline.
Objection, Your Honor. We're supposed to be laying foundation. This is asking for opinion.
Asking what characteristics he's looking for, and then the answer, or the follow-up question will be, why are you looking for those characteristics?
Asking for the opinion and then why. We're looking for education and training, not what his opinion is.
What have you been taught to look for?
Objection sustained. Mr. Johnson, you were about to.
Yeah, Your Honor, because I was gonna indicate that I think this is a 702 voir dire. We are getting way outside of the 702 voir dire at this purpose. That was the basis of my objection.
Yeah, I don't believe we've gotten outside of 702 as we're trying to figure out what training and experience and education this witness has to determine whether or not his testimony can be used in this case with regards to the body camera footage that we have. Thank you. Sir, what factors were you taught to look for when reviewing body camera footage to see whether or not it is distorted?
So one of the things to look for is on the outer line of a video, objects that should be generally straight are not straight anymore. They're distorted, they're curved, they're squished into the image.
And so when you talk about reliability of that body worn camera, are you saying that what we're seeing did not happen, or are you saying something different? Or a combination?
So yeah, so the body camera captures what happens, right? It's done in a way that the wide angle lens allows for a broader view of what's going on in that situation than what the human eye depicts. And
Your Honor, again, objection. This is now his testimony regarding the ultimate issue. This is not what specific training, knowledge, or skill he has 702 to give the analysis. He is now giving an analysis.
I agree.
So what are you taught when you're looking at a body camera footage and how it relates to what the human eye sees? What are you taught regarding comparing those two?
So you're looking at things that do not appear to be normal.
And I guess what are you taught how the human eye functions?
Yes.
And what are you taught regarding how the human eye functions?
It's the closest way to describe it is close to a 50mm lens.
And when you're looking at, I guess, can you paint a better picture for the court of what that looks like?
Yeah, so I mean, it's able to see the image without it being distorted on the sides. It accurately represents what might be there in real life.
And in your training, are you given examples of this 50mm lens and examples of body worn cameras, specifically like Axon cameras in this case?
Yes.
And are you taught how to compare those?
Yes.
And is that in just one training or is that in multiple trainings?
Multiple trainings.
And you talk about correction, and you said a K value. Can you explain what a K value is?
Yeah, so it's each lens and each manufacturer has its own K values. Some manufacturers will give them to you, and some of them hold them as proprietary on how the lens is built. If you don't have it, you have to go in and manually find it by using software.
What does K value mean? It's
the degrees and the width and height and things like that of how that image is captured.
And so are you trained in finding out what K value, might be saying this wrong, is necessary for the body camera that you're utilizing?
So again, a lot of manufacturers keep it proprietary. Axon has disclosed that, yes.
And so in knowing that, are you trained in then how to use that to do the correction that Mr. Berry was asking about earlier?
Yes.
You said one of your courses, I believe it was the Graduate Force Science Analysis Certification. That was well, how long was that course? 6 months?
Approximately 6 months.
And in that course, what types of things do you go over? Specifically in regards to, I'm sorry, in regards to digital evidence, body camera, human perception.
Absolutely. So there is a lot that goes over body camera, how it functions, and then how the human body functions and compare it to how the eye works, attention, things like that, along with how that's processed and things like that.
And are you given, I guess, case studies or examples to do comparisons on?
Yes.
And are you evaluated on those throughout the course?
Yes.
Is there continuing education when it comes to these types of certifications?
There is, it's optional, but there is, yes.
And do you participate in those as much as you can?
Yes.
All right, this time I believe that we have laid a proper foundation in this witness's educational background and specialized knowledge in being able to utilize body worn cameras, digital evidence, and human perception factors.
Completely disagree, Your Honor. I think every question and answer we just heard was repetition of what we've already
Yeah,
heard.
and I know I sometimes become forgotten here. If I ever get an opportunity.
You
to
just
voice
gotta
this
stand,
witness-
all you gotta do is stand up.
All right. Sir.
Yes, right there.
Okay.
Now, regarding your specialized skill, knowledge, and experience regarding the use of Exxon body-worn camera, your training came from Exxon, the vendor.
Correct.
Your experience came as in your job function as a supervisor in the Lansing Police Department.
Yes.
And I believe you indicated that over the past 10 years, that's approximately 12 times.
No.
How many times?
Yes, more specific.
How many times did you do corrections?
Oh, I mean, hundreds of times I've utilized correction.
Okay. Not how many times have you utilized them? How many times did you actually do the correction?
Times.
Okay. Now, is there any national accredited body worn camera correction field that has certified you? Is there any available nationally accredited body worn camera expertise group or foundation?
Yes, there's multiple.
Okay. And you haven't been accredited by any?
No.
Now, do you know the rate in which the Exxon body cameras, or have you been taught the rate in which the Exxon body cameras are distorted?
The rate at which they're
Yep.
distorted? No.
When you do the corrections, you were taught, I guess, by Exxon Axon how to do the corrections?
No.
Who taught you how to do the corrections for Axon body cameras?
Input ACE.
And that company is not affiliated with Axon.
They are now. They have been purchased by them.
At the time you did your training, they were not.
Correct.
How do you know that the training that you received from ACE is reliable in correcting Axon body cameras before the merger?
Yes, one more time, sorry.
Okay. Since the merger of these two companies, you have not taken a refresher course to make sure that the correction training that you have is reliable.
The training hasn't changed.
It's not my question, sir. Since the merger of these two companies, you have not taken another training to ensure that what you learned from ACE was reliable as it applies to Axon body camera.
Is your question, have I taken another course since it's changed?
Yes.
Then no.
Okay. You, I believe, indicated you did not do the corrections on this case.
I have, I started it, it just needs more time to be completed.
So any testimony that you would give today could not apply the principles that you learned back when you originally took this course, correct?
Why is that?
Because you haven't finished.
I can see that it's distorted there. I mean, I just haven't corrected it. No one's asking me to do that. No one's asked me to produce that.
So other than watching the video and saying that it's distorted, there's nothing else that you could tell the court about the rate of distortion or how the video is distorted.
Correct. Until the correction is done.
No further questions, yeah.
So back to responding to Ms. Makeover's motion to admit, I think that last answer really just solved it. I mean, answered the question for us completely. But I think it literally fails on every single subsection of 702. And the only thing left for this witness to testify to would just be impermissible vouching for his other officers. So I don't know that this officer or captain has anything to give us for testimony.
You want to respond? Well, you have to respond to her.
Oh, well, I thought the court, I was asking that he not be qualified as an expert.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't think the purpose of the testimony is to say this is the degree to which it is distorted. And I understand that Mr. Berry's argument is that it's common sense that it's distorted. The people's position in having Captain Moore testify about not only the video that he watched, but also how the video is distorted in and of itself, and why relying on a screenshot from a body-worn camera would not be reliable. I think it's still important for this court to hear. This is specialized knowledge that one would not normally have and could assist the trier in fact in the ultimate issue in this case.
I'm not objecting to a lay opinion that, I mean, just like the rest of us.
Agreed. I think he can give lay opinion. I don't think that he's done or has put forth enough to establish himself as a expert under these circumstances. Not saying he doesn't have any expert experience, but I don't have it here. And we're not just relying on some photos. I know you're talking about the photos that were presented, but there's also been body camera that's been presented. The court's not just relying on that.
Yes.
And the court is well aware that one angle is wider than the other. I agree. I don't know where those photos that were admitted, I think, by Mr. Berry came from, other than maybe from still shots of the body cam. But as this witness testified, he's not even completed his correction or his specific scientifically designed examination into this. So even if he were to be able to be deemed an expert, I think it's premature.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate the court's ruling. I just want to be clear that I was never going to ask him specifically about this case. In fact, in discussions with us, it was never a specific case study of this, tell us specifically about this body camera, is it distorted? It was about the generalization of body cameras being able, what your eyes see versus what a camera can see, as the entire argument is that there was no way that Triple Schaefer could have seen the firearm where he did, simply because one body camera shows him crossing the plane and the other body camera just shows the floor or the ground and the door frame. So that was the entire purpose of Captain Moore's expertise and of his testimony today, is the way that the body worn camera captures and then the human perception factors when it comes into what we're looking at on the screen versus what somebody can actually see in person.
I'm not going to deem him a expert. To the extent that he wants to lay other testimony, he can do that, but not an expert. I don't think that it's been sufficiently laid for a basis for him to be an expert witness. As it relates to body camera, you asked for expert in 3 separate things.
Well, it was in the way they all kind of combined, Your Honor, with body cameras, digital evidence, and human perception factors.
Yeah, I've not heard much about his experience in training on human perception, just that it was been mentioned. No detailed training as to no detail as to what that training would entail. If you were going to be an expert, you should be able to describe, I think on the record, what that detailed training was, not that just it was addressed in the training. So for those reasons, I'm not going to allow him to be an expert in this particular case. If you want to proceed with other questions as a lay witness, you can do so at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chairman Moore, in your experience as a police officer and in reviewing incidents with the Lansing Police Department, are there incidents in which what is reported to you is not the same necessarily as what you're seeing on a body camera?
Yes.
And is that an uncommon experience to have?
No, it's not.
Would it be uncommon for you to be reviewing footage, body-worn camera footage, that an officer tells you they can see something that footage angle did not capture?
Yes.
That would be uncommon?
That would be very common, but
Very common. And do you know why that is?
there's multiple reasons, but some of the main reasons are that the height of the officer's eyes is different than that of the body camera. It's one of the initial and most important.
And when we're watching a video, is the lighting the same as what somebody would see in person?
Now, the human eye captures lighting different than what the lens aperture on the camera does.
And so when looking, for example, under objects, would it be uncommon for an officer to say that they saw something that their camera did not capture at that angle or in that lighting pattern?
Well, not, I would object. Now this gets into expert opinion. When he's being asked about what would happen to some other officer. This is beyond what he personally saw, observed, or experienced as a lay witness.
Yeah, I guess I'm a little bit confused by the objection. This is what he has personally observed and experienced as a lay witness in reviewing these incidents.
You're asking him based on his training.
Experience as a police officer reviewing these incidents.
But now when he's asked to offer an opinion as to what matches up and doesn't, that gets into the expertise. That's the problem with allowing this with this testimony at this point.
Your Honor, to the extent this is only a lay opinion and it's not offering opinion as to whether the officer is being truthful or not, I agree. Again, it goes back to the further point. Oftentimes officers lie. Oftentimes officers will see something that's not seen on body camera. Neither of those tells us anything about this case. So again, I guess relevance.
Your objection is relevant.
Yes.
I think it is very relevant. It goes again to the credibility of the officers on scene. This entire hearing has been shifted from a preliminary examination to a motion to suppress, where a majority of the issue with the officer's credibility on scene.
I agree that there's been issues surrounding some of the credibility, the earlier testimony that receives.
So now again, Your Honor, at this point, did she use this witness to improperly vouch for another witness's credibility? Or is she trying to elicit an expert opinion from someone who is now a lay witness to say these officers or this particular officer was being truthful when he said he saw what he saw? Both would be disallowed.
I'm simply asking this witness what his experience is as the person in charge of reviewing these instances. It is uncommon for an officer to say that they've seen something that their body camera did not capture.
Is it uncommon for them to say they've seen something that their body
camera did not capture? And so I went into the example of specifically underneath an object, when the lighting looks different on the camera than it does in person.
He's not being deemed an expert. He can respond based on his experience, but I don't know how that, I really don't know how that has relevance here. Cross-examine this witness.
How about me, y'all?
I have none of
Thank you. Can be excused. Any other witnesses today?
No, Your Honor.
We'll take some behalf from Mr. McMillan, Your Honor.
On behalf of Mr. Bunkley.
You all previously submitted briefs
The two of us did, Your Honor.
And I don't know if you want to now supplement your arguments for bind over or against bind over, it's seeing as though we've had several witnesses since we've gotten these. I'm assuming that you would.
Yes, Your Honor.
I didn't submit a brief, but I think that brief was on the issue of whether or not officers can open the car door.
Well, I have the people's motion for bind over.
Okay.
And then McMiller's brief in support to suppress and denial of bind over. So they wrapped theirs all in one. So that's, you didn't do the suppression response. Mr. Berry wrapped his argument for opposing bind over into that. At this point, I'm going to obviously have to allow you all to re-argue for and against because of the fact that we've had several witnesses. You can do it in writing. You don't need to do it on the record because I had another exam that I just saw Mr. Morley link in for.
Yes, Your Honor.
I would personally just, I don't think,
You don't need to do anything further if you don't feel like.
but I would like the opportunity just to say like 10 seconds on it, just real quick.
You can.
Yeah. But my essentially my argument, Your Honor, is it all boils down to, you know, the threshold, right? And so what we need to start looking at is warrantless searches are per se unreasonable.
Which you've argued. in
It
your
becomes
suppression
the prosecutor's burden to prove that Trooper Schaefer did not cross the threshold. Everything she's been arguing is saying, well, don't believe the defense that he crossed the threshold. She has not proven that Trooper Schaefer did not cross the threshold. And in fact, the evidence all suggests that I've proven that he actually did, but even though I don't have the burden, that's my argument.
Okay, so to the extent you don't feel like you need to add anything to your arguments, I'm not saying that you did. I would imagine though that the prosecution, because they've called several witnesses since they submitted this, would want to re-argue, and that might prompt you to change your mind, Mr. Berry. You might see something that you want to address in writing, and then you don't need to put yours in writing if you don't want to. You can wait, if that's what you want to do, till after they filed their response, and then we can do it all on the record, or you can respond on the record. It's up to you. I know he wrapped his opposing bind over into his motion to suppress, and you were not joining, I believe, or separately.
Yeah, I didn't join in the motion to suppress.
Correct. And so that's why I likely didn't receive anything from you. Let me see, Ms. Maycomb, how much time do you need?
2 weeks, Your Honor.
That's your exhibits. And the other thing is, do I have something with your exhibit 5 particularly, and exhibit 7?
Do you have this
The
copy?
flash drive with the exhibit?
You don't have, I can keep them with the court, Your Honor, if the court would like to review them.
I would like to review exhibit 5 for sure. But you can keep it for now, I would say. When you submit your response, if you can just have it with that.
Yes, sure.
Just because I am already keeping up with the one Mr. Berry, but I clipped it here. And I don't want to start losing flash drives.
Yes.
Okay. She's gonna file her in 2 weeks, and then we'll get you all a date 2 weeks after that.
I am expecting to be in trial on October 25th. Which of my 2 trials go, I may be in trial on October 1st as well.
October 1st or November 1st?
I'm at November 1st.
So he can't do it. He'll probably be in trial. He may be in trial to the 31st. That week, I'm assuming is what he's saying.
Find out. If Fred Blackman's trial's not.
Yeah, I was laughing. I was saying, likewise, I'm scheduled to be in trial. Other than the date Mr. Berry just gave, November 8th, I'm scheduled to be in trial pretty much. And I won't know what's going or not, but the 8th is safe.
No, he's not. I think they're saying they're free November.
We're all good on November.
Yeah,
8th.
we're all good November 8th.
Sure. We have resets then. Okay, sounds good. We can do November 8th at 9:30. November 8th at 9:30 work. Okay, we'll do November 8th at 9:30, and then Ms. McCormick will get us her arguments for a bind over within 2 weeks. And flash drive with exhibits 9 and 7. Okay, any additional matters for today? Here's your exhibit 6 back.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I didn't think of it. Thank you.
I have some on another matter, and I do need the prosecutors. So,
On this, not on these files.
no, I just want.
These two can go, they're tired. They've been sitting there quietly without moving for 2 hours.
There was a rumor my trial isn't going Tuesday, but I want to confirm that. The Nolly has been submitted and signed.
I printed the nolly. That was what I was asking. I know they are nollying it. I printed it. I believe you signed it. I just don't know. I don't know what your matter is for Tuesday. What is, let me see. It's Mariana Smith.
You know, because I don't want to be drinking, watching the Lions game, and there'll be somebody expecting.
No, I don't know. I recall signing something. I don't know if it was the nolly for it though. Let's see.
No, it's a district court. It's a
Oh, it's
misdemeanor
like,
trial.
Oh, yeah, it's not hers.
No, it's not yours. I just need to hear.
It's
so I can talk.
I was
Markarian.
having a panic. I'm in trial on Tuesday.
For Tuesday. It's not even on the docket.
Tuesday, October 1st.
Yeah, it's been
Okay,
taken
so it's
off.
up. All right, thank you. Everybody have a good
Finally
weekend.
broke down. To get it delivered this week.
Thank you. Everybody have a good weekend.
It's been a while since I bought some new lines.
Gentlemen.
Enjoy your weekend.